Come on, repair shopper. Hey everybody, how's it going? So today we are going to attempt to fix a MacBook. By attempt, I really do mean attempt. We'll see if I'm successful or not. I'm not sure if I'll be successful or not. You'll all have to let me know what you think. We did a MacBook repair video yesterday and it's doing pretty well. I only lost 200 subscribers from that video. Typically, I lose 500 subscribers when I post a board repair video. And with that one, I lost 200, which is actually, so that is a step in the right direction. That is a step in the right direction. And yeah, and as is usual, within like an hour or two of posting it, I had a comment asking if I have Parkinson's. Oh man, you guys suck. What a shit audience sometimes, but such is life. So what we're going to do today is we're going to find a MacBook, and we're going to then fix that MacBook. So yesterday we got an A1989 and an A1466 fixed, and there was one, I believe, A1706 that was not fixable. Oh yeah, the thumbnail is yesterday's thumbnail. I didn't bother to change it. Yeah, you guys can suck it. Yeah, you can absolutely suck it. Yeah, there's no sorry. Yeah, no, there's no cat. You guys don't get a cat. Yeah, there's no cat. Yeah, you kind of got screwed. Okay, so let's see. This looks like a crappy ticket, so I'll save that for Paul. All right, H8. All right, be right back. Give me a moment. H18. All right. What was I just about to do? I was about to open something. Actually, I think I need to grab some magnets. I'm finally out. But other than that, there was something else I was right about to do and I didn't do. Open the multimeter software. Almost forgot to open my multimeter software. Thank you, General. Okay. It's screw magnet spinning time. Did you get your soldering iron working? Yes, I don't know what I did yesterday to get it working, but it does. And now what I forgot was to get some magnets, so be right back. I'm going to take some magnets from somebody. Who deserves their magnets to be stolen from them today? Who is going to be a victim of the magnet thief? Today, Hi will be a victim of the magnet thief. He'll never know. How long is your commute? Depends where I'm coming from. Am I coming from New York? Am I coming from Dubai? Am I coming from New Hampshire? It depends. Am I coming from Wisconsin? It depends. I'm a traveler. I am now a traveler. But some people used to call too much flux on the cat. Huh? That's confusing. Cats don't have flux. Do you plan to begin streaming or uploading on Floatplane to replace any other streaming services? No, I don't really. I was never able to grow my Twitch channel to more than like 20 or 40 live viewers average a video. And this channel has grown from 40,000 subscribers to 1.7 million and has less live viewers now than it did then. Are you bringing a cat?
No.
You have your hands behind your back.
Have you acquired some of my magnets without my permission?
He has a gun behind his back. Last time he did that, he had a gun behind his back. I owe you some magnets. Hi. He's armed. How long commute from Dubai? Commute from Dubai is 12 to 18 hours, depending on whether you have a direct or indirect flight. It's a very, very interesting place. I'll leave it at that. I did a video where I did this in the thumbnail of it, and I had somebody call me up and say, "Hey, man, you realize you're in the wrong country to be doing that, right?" That was interesting for sure. Not the losing the ability to curse was most certainly challenging. I'll leave it at that. That was quite challenging. I'd rather fix a board without a schematic than have to not curse in a country. Okay. So what is going on with this? Well, let's take a look and see. So, as I often say on this channel, first thing we usually do is we unplug the battery so we can see how much power the board is taken by itself. And then we try and corroborate what the customer said is happening. The customer said they plug it in and no response. I don't know, Mario, and I don't care. That is not my concern. This over here is, so what this does, as you can see, 0 amps. So it's weird because that would kind of imply that even if it's dead, nothing getting through to the board is really strange. Because I do, okie dokie. Because I do. Makes it easier to be a traveler. So 0 amps. So I am going to take everything out of here. We're going to take a look at this under the microscope and see if we can figure out what's going on. Where's the cat? The cat is in yesterday's thumbnail, which I didn't bother changing before doing today's stream. I don't really set thumbnails for streams. I just use whatever the thumbnail was for the last one. Kudos in the Twitch bitch out. I'm politically opposite of Destiny, but I completely agree with his right to speak in your position on his ban. Yep. Yeah, I got a lot of pushback and aggravation for that one. Oh, well. The thing I find the most interesting were the sheer amount of strawmans that were in the comment section saying that he said or did something that he didn't do. Or that guy said X, right, or said Y, and when you ask for a receipt of proof of it, they'll link to something where he said something that you really, really did some... You did a lot of gymnastics to be able to simplify it into the little bumper sticker slogan that you just made over there to make it easier for people to hate the person. It's very annoying, but, it is what it is. Do I need to get a reflow oven to solder larger BGA components? That's a strange question. Soldering an oven, no. An oven heats the entire board. You need something that's just going to heat what you want to heat. So you're thinking of something like a Jovi 8500, a Xiaomao 6200. You're not thinking of an oven. You don't want an oven. Just heats up everything. You don't want an oven for that. I mean, technically, an oven would be useful to preheat the board. I wish Right to Repair existed in 2005. Yeah. Hell, I'd be happy if Right to Repair existed in the 21st century, but the way things are going, I have my doubts. Is your business one people can ship products to? It is. I just don't accept international, but yes. Also, that's what I try to do. At what point do you turn down a good job opportunity to continue building your business? I have a problem holding on to 2 opportunities with one hand each when I need to two-hand one of them. Oh, I mean, I turned down an offer to do this church's sound for about, it was like $150,000 project because they wanted to go ahead with it around 2010, 2011. And by the time I got the call saying they were okay to go ahead with it, it was 2014. And it's like, I built this store and I had 3 employees and, you know, that was going pretty well. And YouTube was starting to kick up. You know, I think at that point I had 600 subscribers. And 600 subscribers at that point in time is, oh my God, look at my channel growing, which is probably closer to the actual number of subscribers I have, given that this video has 300 fucking live viewers. But the point is, like, I said no, and the person was really, really not happy with the fact that I said no because I had said yes several years earlier, and they wished that I had not led them on. It's like, you know, listen, I really hear where you're coming from, and it was a very generous offer. It's just, I have an entire I have a trajectory with this business. I don't know where that's going to lead. And the thing is, you're going to have to take on a lot of different opportunities in life to figure out where you fit in and where anything's going to lead, because you never know where anything's going to lead. But once you actually have one of those opportunities and you grab onto it, anything else is going to be a distraction. So now, me not taking on that opportunity was the best thing that ever happened to me. Why? Because that opportunity was presented to me late March of 2014, and it was in July of 2014 that I decided I'm going to go full steam ahead with firing the person that was doing the outsourced board repair and doing it here. So had I taken that opportunity, maybe I would have never gone over board repair in this YouTube channel. Maybe I would have never gotten more serious about it. Maybe my business would not have went in that direction. But I would have had the money from that one project, and God knows how many, you know, how expensive it would have been to actually handle that project and do everything they needed. So you'll know which opportunity is the one you should run for, and which one is the one that you're sticking with because you're afraid of losing out, or like which is the safe opportunity, but which is the one that you believe in will actually fund your future. And I think I made the right decision there. I've made the wrong decision in most other aspects of my life, but I think I made the right decision in that aspect of my life. I don't know if that helps you at all or just makes you more confused. It probably makes you even more confused. Okay, so let's open the schematic to this board and go over what's going on here and what I think the problem is, and then we will go over how to fix it. So, first things first, we do not have a green light. So the first thing I think we should go over is what it is that's going to actually get us a green light. So let's do that. And in order to do that, I'm going to have to go over an older board. We're going to go over a charging circuit on an older MacBook because it makes it a little bit easier to see. Okay. So we have a schematic over here on the screen. And let me just put this on the screen. Let's hope that I don't put something on the screen that I'm not supposed to. I'm probably going to put something on the screen I'm not supposed to. I always do this and fuck something up. There we go. Okay. So let's go over this in an old machine. Right, ready? One moment. Just going to copy this. Put this over there. Bada boom. Okay. Thank you, Coder. Okay. So you have a charge port on a MacBook, right? This is your little charge port. And your charge port, you don't, how do you grab it using Chrome as a PDF reader? Here we go. Use the middle mouse button. So the charge port is over here, and you can have your 18 volts, you're going to have your ground, and you're going to have adapter sense. Now, adapter sense is going to speak to a chip on the motherboard to say, hi, I'm a special little MacBook charger. I'm not just a normal charger that's always on. I need to talk to you first to turn on and give you a little green light. And the thing is, that talking happens on a data line that's around 2.9 to 3 volts. Now, what happens if, let's say, I don't know, you have an alcohol problem and you're drunk and you're trying to plug in the MacBook like this? Like, I want to turn on my MacBook. I'm going to go on Facebook and that. What's going to happen is there's a very good chance that the 18-volt line that you see over here might just touch into the adapter sense line over here, and that's very bad. You don't want to send 18 volts over to the chip that's expecting a 2 or 3 volt data line. So what do you have here? You have this big chip, this absolute chat of a man, this U6900. Now, U6900 is going to sit in between the charger and the SMC. So the charger has an adapter sense line where it's going to do talking, and it goes to this chip, and then it comes out as sys1 wire. Sys1 wire is going to go to where? It goes to U4900. It's a bidirectional data line going to U4900, which is the system management controller. Now, this system management controller is going to talk to the charger. However, in order for it to talk to the charger, this chip over here has to turn on. So it needs to be getting its power. And what you'll notice in the MacBook schematic and many others is that when you look up, this is where the power tends to go into a chip. You'll see a pin called VCC or VDD or anything like that. VCC is over here, and so this is the power that this is going to get to turn on, and that comes from U6901. U6901 is a logic gate. So this is kind of, it looks like a logic gate, but if you don't know what a logic gate is, think of it kind of like a penis with balls. So over here, in the beginning, at the base, you have the balls. That's where the input is. And over here, at the tip-looking thing, you have the output. So if the balls are both getting a cock over here, then the output is going to be a bunch of sperm, or in this case, 3.3 volts, which is going to go over to this chip to turn it on and power it. If you need a different way to come to this conclusion, you can simply Google the number of the chip, and this is one of the very few that's used in here that's so generic that there's actually a schematic for it and a data sheet that will tell you how that logic gate in particular works if you're not sure. Anyway, so what happens over here is PP3V42_G3 hot powers this logic gate, and when SMC_BC_ACOK, meaning the AC is okay, comes in here from some other chip, then it's going to allow 3.42 volts to flow through to the circuit, and then this will allow the charger to talk to the SMC. So several things have to be going on at the same time here. The first is that your SMC has to be good, because your SMC is going to need to be able to talk to the charger in order for the charger to actually turn on. The second is that this chip has to be good. The third is that this chip has to be good. The fourth is PP3V42_G3 hot has to actually be present. If that power rail is missing, this is not going to work. And lastly, SMC-BC-ACOK has to be present in order for this logic gate to actually allow PP3V42_G3 hot to go through. And SMC-BC-ACOK is going to be pulled up by PP3V3S5 SMC. Clinton, I'm busy. And over here, Clinton. Jesus Christ. And SMC-BC-ACOK actually, Clinton shows up as charger ACOK, and charger ACOK comes out of U7000, which is the ISL6259, or ISL6258 in this case because it's an old MacBook. Now, why am I showing you this on an older MacBook? The reason I'm showing you this on the older machine is because in the newer machine, a lot of the one-wire circuit is on the DC-in board, which we don't have a schematic for. However, we know that they use the exact same chip, and we know that it uses much of the exact same design. And since it uses the exact same design, I can show it to you on those older schematics. Clinton, come over here. Clinton. Why are you yelling at me and then you run away from me? What an asshole. That cat is an absolute prick. Anyway, back to this. So now if we were to go over this board with that understanding of what the one-wire circuit does, let's see if you guys can give me an idea as to why it is that it's not working. Oh, we're up to 497 live viewers. We're only 100 live viewers away from being where this was in 2016. Okay. Let's go. What do you all see? Clinton! Little Clinton! And here we go. You see corrosion. Now, what do you think is going on over here? What do you all think is going on over here? Let's see. Do you know? Sweet mercy indeed. Sweet freaking mercy. Sweet mercy. Okay, so we're going to use the board view software to figure out what that is. Ah, that chip is responsible for creating U70, for creating PP342_G3 hot. You see it? Come on, show on the schematic. There we go. This is responsible for taking 18 volts from the charger, thank you, fake account, and turning it into PP342. So this chip is going to take either the battery input over here, PP-G3 hot, which comes from the battery, 8.5 volts, or the charger, PP-DC in, which comes from the charge port, and turn that into 3.42 volts, and you have water on it. Now, in particular, the part that seems damaged is going to be this part that goes over to a resistor that's actually knocked off the board. I don't know if that resistor is actually necessary. I don't know if it's a no stuff. There's a chance that it's a no stuff. So the resistor that looks like it's knocked off the board is this. What is this? See that? You know, like green stuff? Now, if you look on the schematic in the board view, you'll see that that's R7080. Now, what does R7080 do? R7080, let's see if any of you can guess what's going on here. I'm going to make the schematic full screen for you. Can any of you guess? Let's see. I want you guys to solve it. It's kind of boring if I'm always solving the problem. What do you think R7080's purpose in this circuit is? So remember, you have voltage in over here. This is voltage in over here. You have 18 volts coming in from the charger, going to here to voltage in, and we're going to be getting 0 volts at output. I can almost guarantee you we're getting 0 volts at output, and just to confirm that that's the case, I'll actually measure it with the multimeter on the screen. Let's see, I've been doing videos on this for about 8 years at this point. I'm kind of curious. We're going to find out if any of you have actually been listening. Okay, so we get 0 volts on output. Now, what is that for? Here I'll figure out if I've wasted the last 8 years of my life. Chat is going to determine if I've wasted the last 8 years of my life. To step the voltage down. No! Reduce voltage going to the chip. No! Okay, here's what I want you guys to do. Consider purchasing a vowel. So here's how I want you to do it. I want you to guess what you think these letters mean. So you have PP3V42_G3 hot, right? P3V42_G3 hot. That's the power rail, right? What is shouldn't? What is L? What does _L mean? Can anybody tell me what _L means? What does _L mean? That's enable line. Very good, Cosmo. Good stuff. Somebody's watching. Detect voltage. That is so generic. The CPU repair tech from Maryland here. Your videos helped me get this job. Oh, awesome. Right to Repair is still alive here, even with that recent BS. Thank you. Thank you very much, Gabriel. That really means something. Thank you. Load, not load. Generates alternative no, you just made that up. Voltage divider to put down the shutdown pin. Yes, shutdown pin. That's what that's for. What I want you all to start doing is when you read these schematics, if you don't know what something is, you can't find a data sheet. I believe you actually can find a data sheet for this shit, but there's a lot that you can't. What I want you to do is I want you to start thinking to yourself, what does that mean? Can I buy a vowel? Let's buy some vowels. S-H, U, T. Okay, T is not a vowel, but you get my point. D-N, O, W. W is not a vowel, but you get my point. Shut down. So what that means is shut down the chip when this is low. _L means the signal is present and matters if it is low. So if it's 3.3 volts, no. Opposite. If the signal is 0 to 0.5 volts around there, then the signal is present. So what that means is that when this is a low voltage, shut down the chip. Now, with the whole idea of what's going on here, if we go back to the schematic, if I remember which one of these damn fucking keyboard shortcuts does it, there we go, 5. What this does is it says, when we put power here, when we take this 18 volts or 8 volts from input and we put it here, we are going to be doing the opposite of shutting down the chip. But when there is nothing here, we shut down the chip. So if you have less than 1 or 2 volts there, it's going to shut down the chip and tell it not to work. This chip is not being told to turn on because there is nothing being provided to its shutdown pin. So to replace this IC by itself, to replace this because there's corrosion, while technically is kind of a nice thing to do because it's corroded, although admittedly this is really honestly barely corroded much at all. fixable, and it should be easily fixable with a little bit of flux and filing. That's not the way to fix the problem. A lot of people simply say, this power rail is missing, therefore I replace power chip. But the power chip is not being told to turn on because the power switch, in this case, or the light switch, has been corroded off the board. So let's see if we're correct. Let's turn on the fume extractor here and get started. The little circle on the chip diagram means active low. That too. This little circle over here means active low. But for people who are new to this, that I want them to kind of try to figure out what this shit means. Like VIN, voltage in, you know? FUB, feedback. Shouldn't, shut down. I want people's brains to naturally start guessing what those things are and trying to put together a picture for themselves. And also you can see that there's a trace that's also missing over here that we are going to put a little bit of flux on. I want to get rid of the nasty corrosion-filled solder and replace it with some nice, happy, clean solder. So we get our T30KN tip in there. And I'm not exactly happy with the quality of the joint that I'm getting in one area simply because of the amount of corrosion combined with the fact that the cap being there doesn't allow me to get under it as much as I'd like. So I'm most likely going to end up replacing that chip. That chip is probably good. It's just, if I'm going to take it off the board, I might as well just replace it anyway since it got water on it. And let's see if I can bring the pads back over here. If not, no worries. I'll just wind up using a jumper wire and... Alright, chip goes bye-bye. Yeah, that upper left tip, that upper left pad is very heavily green. By the way, that one's going to be the heaviest green because that's, I believe the upper left pin is voltage in. That's going to be the highest voltage point, so that's going to be the one that corrodes the worst and the first. Only natural. And as you can see, that was indeed unfortunately the case. Now again, you don't want to scrape with your micro pencil, but we're going to do it anyway. I'm going to break my rules. I'm breaking my own rules. Oh yeah, this is for you, the coder. I'm scraping with my micro pencil. Now remember, you can't solder on top of corrosion. Never solder on top of corrosion. That's bad. What you do is you scrape away the corrosion, you clean away the corrosion, and then you solder. Now again, I don't want to put solder on top of corrosion. That's not what I'm doing right now. I'm using solder and flux to assist me in my scraping. I'm still scraping. I'm not done scraping. I'm not putting solder on top of there and that's it. I'm scraping, I'm scraping, and any of the junk that's in there, or any of the oxidation or ugly stuff, you're going to see it get sucked up into this beautiful solder blob I have over here. Oh, it's going to be lovely. It's making a big old solder blob, and it's just going to suck up all that nasty junk until it's nice and clean. You'll see. It's going to be pretty. It's going to be beautiful. It's going to be much prettier than some Clinton cat. Doesn't want to come on camera. Anel got beat up by Paul for scraping with tweezers. Scraping with his tip. Or actually, no, it was for scraping with tweezers. Much less a $50 soldering iron tip. As you can see, the connection point for that resistor is all but gone. Actually, yeah, there's a probe point over here that's just about completely gone. All of that is completely gone. Okay, that wasn't the voltage in pin, that was the shutdown pin, but same principle. That corroded as badly as it did because that's where voltage, you know, the entire 18 volts is going into. Okay. I'm not smart, DuPont. Don't mistake me for somebody who has a brain. As you can see, that entire trace is pretty much gone. Alright, so we're gonna be creative here. We're gonna have to be creative here. We don't have the option to do anything but. Thank you, Carts. I don't have any advice for starting out in the field other than start. I know that sounds like shit. That's shit advice, but just start. Just start doing something. Pretty much anything. Buy some old stuff that's broken, experiment, go from there. Okay. Here we go. So there's a trace up here where you see the greens start to end. There we go. I gotta start scraping this. Clinton! That little prick knocked over the garbage pail. He actually has food in the ground, and he knocked over the garbage pail anyway. He has Halo. That shit's like $3 a can. My... I might just put a 0 ohm resistor in between these two traces. Because I don't have any pads to solder to anymore. Yeah, as you can see, there's genuinely no pad to solder to anymore. The entire area is completely destroyed. So let's see if we could turn this into some artwork, shall we? We're going to try and turn this into some artwork. It's going to be beautiful. Okay, I'm gonna tighten up everything on the microscope here. It's not going to be very flexible in terms of me being able to move anything, but it's going to make the image a little bit more steady when I'm all the way zoomed in like this. I agree with that, April Generic. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to... First thing you want to do is the iron tip has to go on the... You don't want to just put solder on iron and then touch the copper. The copper has to be hot. Solder doesn't stick to stuff if it's cold. That's how you get where the term cold solder joint comes from. So what you want is you want to touch the copper itself and then have the solder go between the iron and the trace. And the same is true for up there. Now we're going to take a 0 ohm resistor, and I'm going to use those two places to put it down. I'm going to find myself a 0 ohm. I used to have a little book over here that had resistors. Once upon a time, in a land far, far away. Okay, be right back. Clinton is yelling at me. He ran in to yell at me. I didn't put it up here. Hey, Oreo. Come here, Oreo. 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 Come here, Oreo. Oreo. All right. Okay. Good. Okay. Now I put this up here. And, we're going to put the resistor in place. And then the chip. Here we have a 0 ohm resistor. And look at that. Is that not awesome or what? Looks like some modern art right there. That's actually beautiful. That is beautiful. You see how they just slid into place? It just slid right in. That just slid right in, folks. Oh, that's beautiful. And now what we're going to do is put the chip into place, and we're going to have enough flux that that resistor is going to actually slide a little bit more into place exactly where it wants to be. And you piece of... Okay. One more. Be right back. You fucking prick of a motherboard. Piece of shit. Piece of shit. LT's 3470. What a piece of shit MacBook. Okay. Take two. Take two, take two, take two, take two. Until I have a reason to do otherwise, the coder, pretty much. Yeah. I'm gonna see how this works. Maybe I'll turn it off and see what happens if I turn it off in a moment. I got so many bots yesterday. Yeah. Okay, now what you're going to see is that the resistor is going to flow into place perfectly. And we are going to make this chip flow into place as well, because that was kind of dog shit. Usually I use my left hand to push the chip down into place rather than just have it float around there. I'll have it float around after I've pushed it down into place, because that way I know that there's not excess solder on the middle pad or the chip sitting above the board. But I don't trust myself to do that anymore. So, it's fine. No big deal. From far away first. You don't want to overheat anything. Give it a minor nudge. Give the resistor a minor nudge so you know that it's in the position that it wants to be in. And that's that. So pretty much everything here is where it's supposed to be. And again, we don't have a pad for that resistor anymore. There's no pad for that resistor. But I don't really care if there's a pad for the resistor because we made our own. I'm actually so convinced this is going to work that I'm going to conformal coat that on the board without even testing it. That's how confident I am that this is going to turn on. So I'm going to clean this area of the board off, and then I'm going to conformal coat that on there. I am going to conformal coat that on there, and I am not even going to test it before doing that. That's right. That's how confident I am in this. Watch me. Comment me. This is going to work. You'll see. I'm 100% certain. Also, when you're using a Q-tip, you should keep turning in the same direction rather than back and forth. This way, you don't get any threads on the board. Okay. This is going to be amazing. I'm not testing this. I am not testing this. This is going to fucking turn on. Watch. You'll see. 100%, bro. 100%. Oh, dear God. One sec. This thing has so much hair on it. I got to clean off the... Okay. Okay, you put a little bit too much on there. No worries, you can just clean some of that off. That was a bit too much spooge right there. Okay. Now this is a UV pen, so you're gonna want to look away from the screen because UV can blind you. UV is don't look straight into the light. If you look straight into the light, this could do bad things to you. So please don't look at this. Do not look at this. It's very bad for you. Almost as stupid as closing your PC case before watching it post. Bro, this is not closing your PC case before watching it post. I am literally curing this with a UV curable mask and conformal coating over everything on the board before I even plug it in. That's right. That's right. This is what we call confidence, baby. Confidence. This is what we call confidence. Balls hanging low to the floor confidence. What is it Master P said? What is it Master P said in the 90s? Make him say, Yeah, we're even gonna leave some of that spooge right over there. I'm gonna leave that little bit of spooge over there. Okay. Now, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies, gentlemen, everybody in between, and those who doubt my talent and authority. Ready? Okay, that wasn't supposed to happen. Hey, come on. Come on, you. There we go. Okay. That scared me for a second. That scared me for a second. That was some bullshit. Okay, so now we got to figure out we don't got to lighten the charger. So that part of the circuit is fixed. I'm satisfied that we fixed that. The next thing is, why do we not get a light on the charger like we're supposed to? Never mind, I just had to turn it around. You know, that scared me for a second, I'll be honest. When I saw that 20 milliamps and sticking at 20 milliamps, I'm like, fuck! Oh, by the way, I found the other LT3470. The one chip that ran away before is right over here. Asshole chip. I'll put that over here. Anyway. There you go. So that is a board fix right there. That is a board fix. And obviously, this is going to have to go through the ultrasonic cleaner. You never know if there's corrosion that's hiding under a chip that I can't see at this point in time. That's always something that could be happening. And that's always something that we have to take into consideration. And that's something that, you know, again, is just part of the standard quality control here. After the board repairs, they go to the ultrasonic. They go to the oven. They get cleaned off. And then they finally get put into reassembly, testing, all that good stuff. And then, you know, a few months later, it'll get given back to the customer. Have a coffee or tea on me. Thank you, brotherly, bro. I appreciate it. That is... There's one trace in this DC inboard that looks a little suspect. Yeah, and that's the PP342 power trace right there. I don't like that. I don't like that. Okay. Okay. Kayla, we're focusing on the board, okay? We're focusing on the board, Kayla. We're focusing on the board. This is an educational video. Thank you very much. Let's try and keep it educational. All right. So, we go over here. Hello, Catherine. How are you? Okay. I just wanted to secure that because that one really messes up very often. Okay. So this is all going to get ultrasonicked. And then we find the next one and we go from there. This one was a little too easy. We need something a little bit more high in the difficulty. It takes months? Yeah. 4 to 8 business months. We'll give this back to the customer. You know, for their safety. It's for their safety. Everything we do here is for the safety of the customer. Where do you live? China? Maybe. Maybe. I haven't been to China, but I may. It may be interesting to go to China. Okay, what's next? What's on my list? Hello, Mike. How are you? Oh, I was looking for the ticket number of this. That's what I was looking for. 47077. New subscriber. Yesterday's appalling thumbnail ticked the scale for me. Glad I came for the cat. It's awesome to see you stream yourself fixing and teaching and cursing at inanimate objects. Thank you. You've gotten what this channel is about. Thank you very much. Educational talked about cock and balls 10 minutes ago. Yes, that was educational. That was how I explain how a logic gate works. Sticks and stones may break my bones with board repairs. I don't know. Have another slightly smaller coffee. Thank you, Rano. I avoid caffeine. Caffeine is very bad for me, but I appreciate it. I'll put it towards a unsweetened tea or something. Email me, Louis at fight2repair.org, Mahmood. Louis at fight2repair.org. Oh, crap. I must have deleted that. One moment. I can fix that. I messed something up. I will find it, Ryan Road. Thank you for calling Twitch. Yes, thank you. I got so much fucking shit in that Destiny video I did yesterday. Like, not in the comments, like in my inbox, my company voicemail, everything. But thanks for clearing the air on the gas price debacle. The problem is that most people don't understand the oil market, and neither do I. And that's regular Americans, and I'm blaming the wrong people. Did you? Yeah, I think I spent 20 minutes going back and forth with Tim Pool about that. I was saying that even if, regardless of who won the election, it was very, very obvious that this was going to happen based on what oil companies were telling you in their 10Q in autumn of 2020, that they had lost a fuck ton of money, and they are going to be taking money out of capital expenditure and focusing on returning value to shareholders, which makes sense. Listen, you went into 30 billion, what, like 10, $30 billion additional debt as a result of oil going negative and there being decreased demand. Yeah, of course you're gonna stop putting money into new drilling sites. But the thing is, if you put less money in that, then there's gonna be a supply crunch later on. Pyrogen, yeah. It's weird because I've taken let's see. Many talented computer repair friends are immigrating from Russia. They're pretty useful for Rossmann Repair Group. Would you be willing to write employment verification letters for them to get H-work visas? Probably not, simply because I do not have... how do I put this? Yeah, my business is shrinking, not growing. So I don't... If anything, I need to figure out how to get more stuff for the people that work here to do, not hire more people that will cost money and then have to figure out how I'm going to pay them. I would settle for figuring out better ways to pay the people that are already here. Destiny likes watching other men with his woman. I don't know if that's true. I listen to some stuff that he does. I don't listen to all of it. I'm not really sure if that's what he's into. If that's what he's into, then, works for... Listen, it's not what works for me. I would prefer to not have... I'm single at the moment, but if I were not single, I would prefer that other people not bang my girlfriend while I watch. But again, listen, it's a free country. It's a free country, but it's a free country. I don't really care, Whatever turns you on. Whatever turns you on. Okay, so what's next? I left a note in that ticket. It's the Greendale, Lewis. That's why gas is getting expensive. No, that's pretty dumb. That's actually really dumb because we literally don't even have a fucking Green New Deal yet. That's really stupid. That's dumb. Like, that's just dumb. I bought the Super Chat to start at RossmanGroup.com. You can buy that at store.rossmanngroup.com. Like, one thing that I would suggest you look into, like, there was a lot of worry in early July of 2021 when all the OPEC nations were shitting on each other because they wanted their quotas to be higher, and there was concern that OPEC would disband, and if OPEC disbands, then you're not going to have the discipline in terms of output that it used to have, and oil wound up going from mid-70s, crude went from mid-70s, almost about to touch $80, to like 50s. In 2 weeks. And this happened during summer driving season. You know, again, this happened over the July 4th holiday, which is one of the most oil-intensive, at least gasoline-intensive parts, because it's summer. You know, kids are out of school, everybody wants to go on vacation, and everybody had been pent up for a year. And during that time, oil went from high 70s to mid 50s. And the reason is because everybody lost their shit, thinking that, oh my God, if OPEC disbands, everybody's just going to drill, and with no limits, because they had output caps in place for all these different countries. They had quotas to try and stabilize the price of oil after the massive skull fucking to the price of oil happened in March and April of 2020. And when that happened, they upped the quota of certain countries. Now, it's really interesting if you take a look at what happened after they upped the quota. There were several countries that were not even able to meet their quota. They want to meet their quota. If anything, they want to kind of be able to go slightly over and just have nobody notice, because the more they pump, the more money they make. The more they pump, the more oil they sell, the more money they make. So they want to be able to pump more oil. None of them are necessarily have the discipline to stick with the quota. However, they still did not make it over their quota. In fact, some of them were pumping less than their quota, significantly less than their quota, a year after COVID. What that tells you is that there was a supply crunch across the world, not just the United States. Even if Biden, like, again, okay, Keystone XL, all that stuff, fine, I hear you. Like, just put all that shit to the side for a moment. Across the fucking world, even OPEC member nations were not pumping up to their quota when they want to. The reason is you cannot simply turn off the economy like a light switch. Further, you cannot simply turn on and off oil drilling like a light switch. It doesn't work that way. If you have a period where you're not doing it for a certain period of time, you can't just go ding and just get everything going again. That's not how it works. Now, if somebody would like to say, listen, I blame the people who are on the ideological side of the spectrum of, oh my God, COVID exists, let's shut down the entire world for the fact that this happened, I could understand that. I could completely understand and respect where you're coming from. I get that. But what I don't understand and respect is when somebody just like points at Biden and goes, you know, gas is all you. Now, can you say shutting down Keystone XL is one of the reasons that maybe it went from, I don't know, like, you know, and not be having the renewed leases on federal lands is one of the reasons that you may have went from, let's say, $59 a barrel to 75? Sure. $59 a barrel to 130? No, you can't just blame the president for that. You can't just blame the president for that. Like, that's just, no. Like, again, people like to blame Trump for everything, even the things they didn't actually do. And it's really, really weird because for 4 years, people would say, you blame Trump for everything, even the things he didn't do wrong. But then when the other person gets in the office, it's like they literally blame him for everything. I don't even like Biden. Like, you're forcing me to defend a person that I didn't vote for, that I don't like. It aggravates me. It pisses me off. But, you know, the world is not that simple. The world is not as simple as, like, you know, my gas went up, therefore I'm going to blame this one person. There were a lot of factors at play. Anybody who was reading the 10Ks and the 10Qs, Little Invader hasn't showed up today, so I guess I got offended that I named it after a MacBook chip. Don't blame it. I'd be offended too. Thank you, Ryan. You know, there's a... What was I saying? There's a... Crap, I forgot my train of thought. Anybody who was reading the 10Qs of, let's say, Exxon, Chevron, Shell in late 2020 knew exactly what was going to happen. Anybody who actually watched that little spat amongst the OPEC countries in late June, early July of 2021, that then saw that when they increased people's quotas, they weren't even able to pump up to the increased quota that they argued for. Dude, like, this was obvious. Like, it was obviously going to happen, regardless of who's the president. Because again, you're the president of the U.S., fine. But the president of the U.S. is not setting the oil price for the entire fucking world. It's an international market with a lot of countries pumping, or in this case, not pumping as a result of what happened during COVID. Anyway, I will read a little bit of chat before I go on to the next board. But yeah, like, the Green Deal is why gas is expensive. That is so dumb. I mean, we are so far away from any sort of Green Deal. Regardless of whether you're for or against it, like, I don't see a Green New Deal. I see a Green New Deal in theory. I don't see a Green New Deal in actual practice. Well, Green New Deal would actually decrease demand and thus reduce price. I don't believe that's true. It's the Green Deal, Louis, get over it. That's okay. So I presented you with an argument, citations, and facts, and you presented me with garbage. Bye-bye. You're just a fucking troll. All right. Erica was being paid by Apple to get Louis to settle down and stop raging on them. When it didn't work, they recalled her. That's not very nice. Can you repair my Mac Studio? Does it even exist yet? The last people I would ever talk to are random people on the internet about my personal relationships, Daniel. No offense. I don't mean that towards you personally. It's just in general. Okay. I appreciate... Let's see. I remember my old boss saying he didn't like Louis for his views. I laughed so hard and said, no, you don't understand non-simplistic terms. No, I mean, it's possible. So I'm thinking, Louis stopped yakking. I thought he was going to be this is going to be a highly disliked board repair video. You gargle my balls. I will post what I want on my own channel. Fuck you. Let's see. Next. Where am I? It's just to be annoying, Gil. People do that to be annoying. Let's see. Let's see. I appreciate it. The people that say companies got greedy have any ground to stand on? Well, the thing is, companies are always greedy. I mean, I think greed is a constant in human nature. The president is usually the easiest person to blame it on. Yeah, I don't know. I don't like the president, but you can't blame him for everything. What's your view on Elon Musk? You have to ask a very specific question, because there's too many. You have to ask something more specific than that. Linus is pissed off at Mac's non-removable cable on the new display. Why would Mac add a removable cable to the line of monitors? Because you're going to buy it anyway. That's why. So it's the fault of the people who shut down the world. I would put the blame on that more than I would on just the president. But to be clear, like people were going to be afraid, and there's going to be less travel anyway, and there was like the drop was going to happen. Let's see. Hate to hear about that. Oh, thank you. Okay. Gargle my balls are one of my favorite dismissive statements. It's one of mine too, honestly. Is it 2005 17-inch MacBook Pro with no sound worth repair? 2005? No. In my opinion, no. No. Do you think the Russian invasion and Russian oil blockade by some countries also contributed to the oil price rise? Oh, absolutely. Yeah, that's why I'm saying you cannot simply blame the president for everything. The shortage in the fact that many OPEC nations, destiny is for father-daughter romance. Look it up. Well, you made a claim, so I actually think it's up to you to provide a citation for your claim, rather than just telling me to look it up. That's not how any of this works. You provide a claim, you provide a citation. Do you micro SD card recoveries in your shop? I do. Do you know the success rate? I don't, because I don't keep track of stuff like that. It's a nonsense metric. Because your success rate entirely depends on your queue and what you get, and most of what we get is crap that other repair shops tried to fix, fucked up, and sent to us. So if I were to judge my staff based on some sort of arbitrary rate, then I'd probably wind up firing all of them based on a bullshit, useless metric. Quick question: I have a 2014 MacBook Pro machine without a dedicated GPU randomly crashing when on a load. Is the CPU MOSFETs, so there a software fix? Real Mac Mods. Check out Real Mac Mods. He has some like $5 or $10 program. Usually, what we do is we replace the 3 CPU MOSFETs. We try that piece, that software fix that he has at Real Mac Mods, and if that doesn't work, then you throw it in the bin. Thank you, other Bradbird. Okay. Where am I? Are you real? I don't think so. I'm fake. Are you going to represent or help JW Batteries with their case against future motion? Represent? No, I am not an attorney. Help? I'm not really sure how I could help them. I'd be happy to have them on the channel for an interview, but I can't really do that. Do you think the ordinary American understands international oil market? To me, sometimes it feels like Americans don't really know more. There's more in the world than America, so they blame Biden. Yeah, that's a big part of it. That's a problem. I don't think the average American knows how all that stuff works, or wants to, honestly. Because it would then not allow you to create overly simplified lenses through which you can view the world to feel like you understand everything. I don't understand everything. To be clear, I don't understand a lot of shit. I'm just aware of how much I don't understand, and I'm always open to constantly learning. And thank you, Sad Dane. The proof is all there. His destiny is ought. Let's see. So you've... I can't watch a 10-minute video right now because I want to move on to the next board. Let's see. The top voted comment is one of the worst takedown attempts ever. This is still one of the most disingenuous videos ever made. One of the best videos I've seen. Okay, I will watch this later. I bookmark. I am bookmarking this. If this is real, then it's real. But, to be clear, if it's not real, you get a ban. Do you accept MacBook Pro repairs from the UK? No, I do not, because it will get lost in customs, and then you will be mad at me for the fact that you spend $70 or $90 in shipping for a device that never gets to you. However, the coder in the chat, he does MacBook repairs, and he is close to the UK. He is actually very close to the UK. So I would suggest you reach out to the coder in the chat. He has a YouTube channel. He has a repair shop. He's very, very good at what it is that he does. And you will save a lot on shipping, and it'll also be a lot faster if you send it to him rather than sending it to me. Thank you, the other Bradbird. Okay, let me find the next board. I don't know where the coder is. He's somewhere in Europe. Anywhere in Europe is closer to me. Kudos, Pyrogen, indeed. I've started doing board repair myself recently. I started by replacing LGA motherboard sockets. I wonder if you have any tips. Things I can move on to next. Individual chips and components on the board itself. So if you have a board that doesn't work, that does work, take a chip off, put it back on, and see if it still works. Okay, that one sucks. That's a Paul fix that doesn't work right now. Next. That's an issue with chips that we can't actually buy, that we've managed to find 2 of. And after finding 2 of those chips, it still doesn't work. Next. Thank you, Lament. I will be getting to that with you two later, because there are 2 developers that I had reached out to recently. Thank you very much. And I really appreciate the work that you guys did on the wiki. Thank you so much. Tim Herman and Jesse Cruz really put a lot of good articles up, but they couldn't have put good articles up if somebody did not put the effort in to actually create a platform that works for them to work on. So thank you. See what it needs. What is this? Okay, this may be fun. Maybe fun. Maybe. Okay, I'll be right back. Plenty of red herrings. I'll grant you wind and solar are inefficient. The rest of your arguments are laughable. I don't think I ever said that wind and solar are or are not efficient, because I don't think I've discussed wind or solar in this entire stream. And thank you for the offer of putting PS5 stuff, Coder. If you want to work something out to make articles, email me. You have my email. Lewis@fight2repair.org. Okay, I-20. I-20. I'm going to grab another machine. I-20. Good. What the Chinese engineer is fair on iPhone 13 Pro Max. Added the following: USB-C charging, 3.5mm outlet, 2 indoor cooling fans, bigger battery. Is this real? Bro, I feel so stupid. I can barely solder a jumper wire. Thank you. You want to fix it? Hi. Pretend it's Rocket League. Hey, you have no bullets. Oh, I just dropped my bullet. You have 6 bullets, I have 2. I have a hostage, though. You wouldn't shoot at a defenseless little kitty, would you? You shot at the kitty! Hi! Oh, crap, you scared the kitty away. Yeah. Ah! I shoot like a bitch. I have no aim. These are the knockoff bullets. You actually feel them when they hit. They have plastic on the end. Why didn't we get real Nerf darts again?
Because buying Chinese bulk was very cheap compared to...
You think I could hit David by having it ricochet off the ceiling and then going down in a triangle pattern?
Yes.
David, I'm going to try to hit you with a 60-degree angle, okay? I was fucking close. Way closer than Hi, actually. Alright.
One more bullet.
That was fun. You actually, Hi, never mind. You got closer than me there. Keep up with the great work and never discontinue the board repair videos. Thank you. That wasn't you chat debate. Okay, my bad, Joseph Scott. I'm sorry. I attributed that to you. I mean, to me, but it wasn't. My bad. Louis should release a mouthwash called Lewis's Balls as merch. That's a good fucking idea. It's just, it's something you consume and put in your body, so I'd be afraid from a liability standpoint. Like, what if somebody swallows it and starts to sue me or some shit? If we could harness the toxic power of chat, we would have energy for a lifetime over. Nuclear is the only way to have a fossil-free society that will work 24/7. Perhaps. Am I correct in assuming 2013 is the oldest year of MacBooks you accept? No, but it depends on what's wrong with it, really. Anything earlier than that usually is nobody would want to pay for a repair for it anyway. It's not the... What is it that you need fixed on it specifically? What do you think about de facto bricking by firmware deprecation? Unsupported devices eventually aging out of protocols or supporting infrastructure. Would an example of that be what happened with cars when 3G got turned off? Well, it depends on a couple of things. A, are you able to update it with the firmware from another company? B, will the original company support it or not? Are you arguing that it should become open source at that point, or are you arguing that the company should be forced to come up with an update? And thank you. You have honestly been an inspiration for me in the past 7 years, starting at a shit repair shop, and now 3 months into an amazing industry in the semiconductor field. Thank you. Oh, that's awesome. If you're working in the semiconductor field, you're probably doing way better than 99% of the people that are in the repair business. So congratulations. That's amazing. Oh, it depends on what's wrong with it, Luke Davis. That's really, because there are some things I can get parts to and some things I can't get parts to. So it depends on, the age of the device, it really depends on what repair you want done. So I would ask, well, what's wrong with it? So in order for me to be able to answer that question honestly. Holy crap, 600 live viewers. We are back to where we were a few years ago. Okay, so let's take a look at what's going on with this MacBook. So in front of us, we have an A 1989 MacBook, and the customer says that there's no power, it's not turning on. So we're going to do the same thing we do with every MacBook Pinky, which is try to take over the world. I mean, we're going to unplug the battery and then plug in the USB-C charger to try and see how much amperage this machine is taking. We were at 700 before I did the Nerf battle, probably. Oh, you're right. I was at 729. All right, well. So let's take a look at this MacBook. What do you guys think is going to be wrong with this MacBook? Okay, what's this? 5 volts. 5 volts, 200 milliamps. We're stuck at 5 volts. 20 volts, 50 milliamps, 80 milliamps. Okay, this may actually be turning on. Yeah, 190 milliamps. This is... Okay, this is turning on. This turns on already. I would ban the guy that said Destiny Sports. Destiny just poses the question in a philosophical way. He never explicitly says he's... Oh, yeah, okay. I figured that he was fucking with me, but... Yeah, that's that type of absolute disgusting straw man garbage that is really... I've had people do that shit with me, and it's very annoying when people straw man in that way. I just can't scroll up far enough to do a ban. But when I find them, I will. When I find them, I will. Okay. Nick. We're going to tank the CTR? Huh. Let's see. This isn't a flex gate. This is A1989 doesn't have flex gate. See? You can open it all the way. Look. Whee! Whee! No, but really, this already works, so this is kind of boring. Okay. I chose a bad ticket. Boring. Somebody... The ones where it already works, somebody else can figure that, if I figure that out. Let's see. Ticket says it's dead. Boring. Alright, we'll move on to the next one. It's still going to get looked at, it's just it doesn't make a fun stream when it already works, you know? Like when it's dead, or no image, or no backlight, or no USB, or like when there's a problem, it's kind of fun to figure it out. When it already works, it's really boring. Like you still have to look through everything and take it apart to make sure that there's not some little minor corrosion or something hiding somewhere, and... But it's just, that's boring. It's very boring, actually. Okay, what's next? You mailed it and you pay the price. I'm not going to charge him $350. You nuts? Those knockoff Nerf darts fucking hurt. Look at that. Buy real Nerf darts, folks. Look at this. Hi shot me right in the arm and it's red because I have the knockoff Nerf dart. That's some AliExpress bullshit Nerf dart. Usually I'm okay with getting off-brand stuff, but no off-brand Nerf darts. That is painful. What older Windows-based laptop would you suggest for Linux and is able to have RAM and hard drive replaced? Maybe like a ThinkPad T50 if you're looking at older. I'm not sure why older is what you're looking for, but if you are looking for older, I would do that. I would get that if you're looking for older. Hello, audio. Oh, look at that, we have audio again. My rechargeables are still in my bag. I forgot them from the DC trip, and I keep forgetting to bring them back. I don't really care much about Northridge Fix Syed, honestly. I can't bother. He went out of his way to misinterpret my Amazon video as, he went out of his way to misinterpret my Amazon video where I was discussing that they weren't giving people enough time to clean their warehouses, claiming that they were only shipping essential stuff while shipping dildos, as me just kind of going out of my way to discuss dildos for, just to be vulgar. And, like, I can't, I don't know. I haven't had a high opinion since that. Thanks for all the insights you shared over the years. Cup of coffee. I try to avoid caffeine, but thank you. You simply explain the weird stuff in society. Love it. Thank you. I don't know. When somebody goes out of their way to miss the point on purpose in order to be morally superior, I usually just, I don't know. It doesn't strike me well. I heard a click pop when you pressed the button. No, that was me plugging my battery back in. Okay. So we have a board to fix. See you later, coder. I'm scared to start repairing boards. Is Apple the only easy brand to work on, or could one work on any other brand? I mean, any other brand, honestly. You just got to find schematics, donors, and board views and everything like that. To be fair, during the lockdown, dildos were important items. I guess true. No, I mean, no, not just because it's not important for me doesn't mean it's not important for you. This was a job I was actually avoiding, and I forget why I was avoiding it, but I'm going to take a look at it now. So this is an AT1707. They said what the screen went dark on after something was dropped on it, the touch bar stopped working, and then it stopped charging. So I'm going to open it up. Yes, that was the part that bothered me, 15 fake account. So Jessa was making homemade masks with her team, and they were saying, like, look, she's trying to profit off of a pandemic evilly by, like, making masks. I mean, I just... Like, when you look at Jess's business model, and you look at the fact that she teaches a course that costs $3,000, and she does data recovery for $650 to $2,000, I don't think, a couple of dollars here and there for a homemade, reusable mask was really price gouging. I think that if she wanted to price gouge people, what she would do is she would take data recoveries that she's charging $500 for, that Drive Savers wants $5,000 for, and tell customers it's going to be $3,000 instead of $5,000. I just, like, I've known, Jess has been one of my best friends for 8.5 years, so when people, like, take pot shots at her over shit like that, when I know how much money she has the ability to make if she really wanted to be some sort of asshole, it just struck me in the wrong way. It's just I don't know. It just seemed like a shitty way to make a name for yourself. But I try to avoid getting into that kind of thing, because at the end of the day, if he fixes stuff, if he gets people excited about fixing stuff, that's really what matters at the end of the day, not my personal aggravation about things that other people have said in this business. I don't really care. Okay, so what do we have in here? You take a look on the inside. You can see the machine is filled with dust and shit, as usual, and we're going to plug it in. We are going to... First thing we're going to do is we're going to unplug the battery, because the battery is going to draw amperage, and it's going to draw a different amount of amperage depending on how much power is in the battery. And I don't want to know, I want a static reading of what the board is taking, because that's going to communicate to me what the board is doing, and that's going to be thrown off if it's trying to charge a battery at the same time. Pick your battles, indeed, also. Like, I don't gain anything from that battle, Like, there's just no... There's no benefit for the community or for myself. he fixes shit. He gets people excited about fixing shit from people watching him fix stuff. Then, like, you know, you do you. Grow it. Is it fake Amtech, though, Coder? Okay, so we got 20 volts. So PP33 on his grid G3 hat is present, but we got 0 amps being drawn. So there's obviously a couple of things that I'm going to want to do here. First thing I'm going to want to do is check and see if PP G3 hot is present. It's my favorite rail. And PP G3 hot is present. So we had a jump over there to 180 milliamps for a quick second. And as you can see, every time it jumps to 180 milliamps, you could see that the fan kind of spins. Hey, Rob, how's it going? Hope everything's... I got to catch up with you, because in January we were talking about an arrangement that you had that you were considering having an awkward conversation on, and I'm very curious to hear how that went. So this, as you can see, it spikes up to 180 milliamps and then dies, and the customer is saying that happened after something was dropped on it. Now, this is absolute garbage, because if this happens after a drop, typically it tends to mean that there is some sort of microfracture somewhere in the board, or it's a random cracked solder ball somewhere that you don't know where it is, and that is really, really bad. That's bad. That's... how much is that Amtech Flux decoder? I'm curious. Like, do you know what the fake stuff is being sold for? Actually, I'm curious. I probably shouldn't be doing this, but okay. You know what we're gonna do? How about this? I'm doing something I shouldn't be doing. Let's see, what are we selling Amtech, the actual real Amtech Flux for? I'm curious. Okay. You literally just typed you just copied and pasted something. That's really annoying, Sayed. There's really no need to copy and paste the same shit over and over again. That's kind of interesting. Okay, well. When you say the name like that, it is kind of funny, isn't it? Well, Daniel, then what? You said King Bo is insanely better. That's how bad the fake stuff was. What is the fake stuff? Why do you avoid caffeine? Caffeine it contributes to anxiety and other health and other tremors and issues that I don't feel like dealing with, and it doesn't offer anything in return. Like, I can wake up at 7:30 in the morning and not feel tired. I really need a drug for that, you know? Okay. Well, when it comes to flux, haha. You know what? Here's what we're gonna do. Temporary sale on Flux. I honestly haven't even looked up what we've paid for it in a long time. But here, if you want real Amtech Flux, now it's actually cheaper than fake Amtech Flux. Bam. How do you like that? We're gonna make it $14.99 for a 30cc container of original. How do you like that? $14.99. Bada fucking boom, baby. Hey, look at this. Ah, wrong. Wait. Reload. 16-year-old web dev here. How do you rate Hetzner? They're not bad. I haven't really done much for them. How can I wean myself off carbonated shit drinks? Can't say the caffeine shit boy. I haven't had any problems with Hetzner. And I just, anytime I've tried to quit a drug, whether it was an SSRI, an actual hard drug, alcohol, or anything else, it's just cold turkey. So yeah, check it out. Bada bing. Look at this. Right here. Amtech NC559 V2TF. It's real. It's actually real. And it's $14.99. Cheapest price in the fucking internet. Right there. Problem solved. All right. Anyway. There we go. That should fix the issue of people that are selling fake flux, I guess. And you know what? I don't ship to Mexico right now, but you know what? You know what? Maybe I will. Maybe I'll fix it. Maybe I'll start. Maybe now's the time to start. Maybe I may turn on international shipping when my stream is done. Okay, so anyway, let's just get back to this over here. Yeah, what the hell? What am I doing? F4. Cold turkey isn't for everybody. Yeah, you're not supposed to quit certain things that way. I know when it comes to SSRIs, you're not supposed to quit that way or it can damage your brain or some shit. Rossmann Repair Group's bank account after the flux discount, -9 million. Okay, maybe I'll turn on international. I know I'm going to fucking regret this, because every time I turn on international shipping, I wind up getting fucked with a bunch of lost packages. So I'm probably going to absolute 110% regret this, but Magento 2 is much more confusing than Magento 1. I don't really know where everything is the same way that I used to. Sales? No. SSRIs, can you give me a somewhat detailed rundown of your thoughts on these? Just that it's likely someone will be told to consider medical shortly. People I've seen in real life wouldn't encourage them. Very aware it's not the best thing. I gained 25 to 30 pounds on it, and I felt brain dead. And then I quit, and I pretty much, and yeah, I didn't. Listen, maybe it'll work for you. Didn't do shit for me. Maybe it'll work for you. I don't know. You know, consult with an actual doctor. To consult with an actual doctor is what I'll tell you. Don't ask me on stuff like that. Here you go. Settings, all stores, configuration. Man, shipping used to be much easier to find in Magento 1. General, catalog, security, services, advanced, no. Okay, it's too much of a pain in the ass to do that right now. Changing shipping in Magento 1 used to be a lot more user-friendly than in Magento 2. Ah, here we go. Shipping settings. No, shipping methods. There we go. Shipping methods. SPS. Where do we have? USPS International. Okay, where do we have this? Priority. One moment. I'll be right back. We'll get to the board in just a moment, I promise. Okay. All allowed countries. Okay. The country, it no longer asks for you to be in a specific country in order to order from store.rossmanngroup.com. We are international again. And if this winds up losing me like $2,000 at the end of the month, I'm going to turn it off again. This is a trial. This is a trial. We'll see if I wind up regretting this. And Flux is $14.99. Actual original Amtech Flux. The same one that I'm using here. How does somebody sell... I honestly don't even believe that he would be selling fake Amtech Flux. Like, that's just such a... It doesn't make any... I mean, if you have a YouTube channel and you have a business that does repairs where you're making 50 or 150 bucks a job or 250 bucks a job, like, to fuck that up to make a couple of dollars here and there, like, it just does... It doesn't even make sense from a greed point of view. I've been quietly writing. I just slayed a chapter that's been driving me batty for weeks. Thanks for the live. There's something about your voice that helps me focus. Don't ask, just accept. I will accept, and thank you very much, Anne. I really appreciate it. I don't sell Branson. I think I was only affiliate linking to another website, Rodrigo. But then when I moved the site over, it stopped affiliate linking over to the site that does sell it. I don't do anything in particular to save on shipping cost. There's not really much you do there. You pray that they don't lose it on the way to the other country. That's what you do. You pray that they don't lose it. I don't really care, Sandro. What the fuck can I do about that from my desk? $40 to ship flux to Canada seems abusive. That sounds abusive. I don't know. Is that First Class Mail International doing that? Let's see. Why don't you buy some off him, Thomas? That's really just... That's not how I want to spend my time, you know? I don't care enough to that extent. I guess, yeah, that would be my answer, is I don't care to that extent. I care the bare minimum. It's hard for me to believe he's actually doing that. Just because I don't like somebody doesn't mean I'm going to accuse them of that. Maybe the batch that you got was bad in shipping or something. I don't know. It's very hard for me to believe that somebody would do that. Not even because it's just so mean to do, but just because it's so... It doesn't make financial sense to jeopardize your reputation to be able to make hundreds and hundreds of dollars for something that has a potential to potentially make you like a couple of bucks. It really doesn't make sense. One sec, I'm just going to fix the shipping thing. Give me a moment. Here, we're going to add First Class Mail International. Hold for pickup, no, no. Hold for pickup, no, no. No, no. No, 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 no. One moment. Almost done with this bullshit. Okay. One moment. One moment. Wait. Just wait. Just you wait. Priority mail. Small flat rate buy. Wait. Chillax, Dennis. I said wait. Wait, you ho. Let's see. Prior, no flat rate shit, no envelope, no postcard, no fucking envelope, none of this bullshit. I'll take retail ground. Priority Mail Express, no Priority Mail Express for pickup, no fucking postcard. Package, first class mail, yes. First class mail letter, fuck that. Library mail, first class mail, Priority Mail International, Priority Mail Express, first class mail international. What about normal priority mail? Normal priority mail is in there? Priority mail express? All right. Save value. Let's see if that fixes anything. Let's see what that does. Can't pay for it. No, I know that. I didn't break that. No, you're lying. You're lying. Because people have been buying stuff all day. You're probably trying to pay with Dogecoin or some shit. Okay, where's my T8? High's college fund. There's no Clinton over here. It should give you an option for first class mail international, Mantis. I know first class mail international would allow it. Live. Does it not give a first class mail international option? I swear I chose first class international. Or is first class international parcel not there? First class mail international. Yeah, first class package international. Yeah, it is. Okay, you're trolling. First class mail means whatever the cheapest shit that our post office has to offer, which will probably lose your package, which is why we never had it turned on before for international. I got a 2015 MacBook Pro since new, work provided, and it's still working perfectly and going strong. Is it normal? I don't know. I mean, if you didn't break it, then yeah, why not? And if you live in Europe, they're probably gonna tariff or tax you or whatever. I never signed up for that shit where you report and you collect and report tax to fucking Europe. I'm not doing that. Fuck that. If those governments want to tax their citizens to fund their infrastructure, they can do that on their own. I'm not doing it for them. No way, no how. That is not my job. Okay, let's get this out of the case. Okay, so the first thing I'm kind of curious about is whether or not this board, which you may remember from earlier, has giving us an issue where it was like turning on for a quarter of a second at 180 milliamps and then stopping. Then buy some cheaper shit, Davey. What do you want from me? Go buy some cheap ass shit that doesn't work. I don't know. I sell the same solder paste that I use here. I think it's pretty affordable. There's a bunch of people that probably mix their solder with chapstick to make solder paste. Here you get the real deal. Oh, we're used to paying taxes and fees on arrival. Okay, so what's going on with this board? So the first thing I want to do is I want to plug it in and get an idea of... You son of a little... The rubber tried to escape from me. 1 second. You got to get that rubber back. The rubber always fucking falls off. Holy shit. People have been talking... I've been hearing debates on and discussions on this topic called stealthing. It's when you take the rubber off and you don't tell. MacBook started that fucking trend. They really did. In 2018 and 19, Apple integrated the little bumper piece onto the charge port. But before then, you have this little rubber piece that just falls off if you move it across the desk. It is so fucking aggravating. Anyway, back to this. So first thing I want to do is see if after I unplug everything, if it turns on and takes 500 to 1500 milliamps steady. If it doesn't, then we have a board problem. If it does, then we have a parts problem. So one thing you can see here is that it's turning on consistently, which means that this is a parts problem. Something that's attached to the computer is keeping it from turning on. It's not the machine itself. So we don't have a quarter fan spin. So when they said they dropped something on the casing and then it stopped turning on and charging, what I'm going to take a wild guess happens is one of the components that's plugged into the case is bad. Maybe it's I'm going to guess it's the touch bar. because the touch bar can screw it. The touch bar or the other thing can screw at the T1 chip, and that can cause it to not turn on. I'm just taking a guess. Either way, this isn't a board problem, so it's kind of boring. So we are going to leave this for somebody else here. I really doubt this is going to be a board problem. And you can tell that it's booting, or at least trying to boot, because it's not saying static. Like if it was static, 0.555 amps, then fine. But it's not. It's like 600, 700, 900, 450 milliamps. You can see that it's kind of like doing a little bit of a wave. It's not flatline. And that's what you want to see. Same thing with an iPhone. My knowledge is not incredible. I'm mediocre at best, sir. To Mr. Daniel. Okay. Yeah, you know what? Fine. Oh, fine. Solder paste will be on sale too. How about it? I'll give you some cheaper solder paste too. I don't even know what we pay for it, so for all I know, I'm probably gonna... Here. We're gonna make the solder paste a little cheaper for you. You know what we're doing? We're doing, and my audience is accusing my competitors of selling knockoff shit sale. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to take the solder paste. Actually, never mind. I don't have enough solder paste left to do a fucking sale. You know, maybe. You know, I think we may. Here, I'll do a sale. We'll see. We'll see what happens. I'll lower it a little bit more. Was I smart enough to put the cost in the back end so I could actually read it? I was not. Let me look at my last invoice. Yeah, there's not really a lot of room there. Let's see. After shipping. Actually, you know what I could do? Yeah, that's kind of being an asshole. Okay, I put it on sale, but I did it in a very asshole way. Yeah, so Syntec solder paste is now cheaper. Look at that. Syntec solder paste is now cheaper. Okay. Advanced inventory. So, yeah, that is the... Somebody said my competitors are selling fake Amtech products discount sale. So we discounted it ourselves. Okay, it's time for me to grab another machine because, as I said, this one is actually turning on. If it, it's something that's plugged into it, and I'm guessing the touch bar that's keeping it from turning on. Either way, very boring. Very boring. I'm not selling fake. I have a reputation I got uphold, man. Okay, I have to find the next machine that I'm going to take. From the slot. What do we have here? What's next? Where am I looking for? Barely, Peter. It's barely better. It's almost. It's honestly, they're the same thing almost. It's just the Atom is slightly nicer when it comes to. It's less noisy. It doesn't make the lights in my office flicker as much. So if you have shitty power, and it's cheaper. But in terms of power, in terms of quality of build and all that, they're pretty much the same thing. It's just the Atom is cheaper, and it was nicer to the lights in my office flickering. But if you have good power in your building, you're not going to notice the difference between them, and it's not going to matter. Okay, what's next? The coder, I haven't read all of them. Let's see. H6 does not power on. Okay, A1502 no power. Let's look up H16. Be right back. What? Did I just miss high and hit Oreo? Where'd the dart land? I did hit Oreo. Oreo, I'm sorry. Oh no. Oh no, I'm out of darts. I have a set of scissors. No, it's... That was so close to taking your head off. Hi's about to get it. We need a camera out here. We need a camera out here. Time out. Zoom out. Wait, why am I shooting my own camera?
I'm trying to aim from the camera. Viewfinder.
That's not gonna work. That has lag. Jam! My aim sucks. Oh, headshot! Can anybody's? That was the only shot I ever made. Whoa, there's a paper sticking up from the desk. Whoa, 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 whoa. Let's not get my mail on stream. Oh, no, no, no. Ah! Wait. You have 1 bullet left. I have 0 bullets left. That's not fair. Need more bullet. I tried to ricochet it off at the door to go around and hit him in the head. That actually works on Steve. Every time I do that, I wind up hitting Steve. I forget which... I'm going to grab the machine in H16. I'll use that as a shield. That was close. I really do need to get a camera out there. He has a shield. I wish I had it in me to do one of those Max Payne things where you... But that's not real. What? That bag probably sold just now.
Probably.
Did you hear?
Yeah.
People are saying that Northridge sells fake flux, but the only reason to buy fake flux would be if it's cheaper. So price war. Patrick's not going to be happy with me tomorrow.
No.
Wait a sec. Where'd I put... Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Ah, here it is. Thank God. David, I got your back. I got a headshot on him earlier. He was standing behind the camera, so you couldn't see it, unfortunately. I almost got him. Damn.
It was on camera. So that's not true.
I have to get my turning. To get my turning ready. Three, 2, 1. Didn't load it. 3, 2, 1. I would have got him right in the nuts if he was actually there. See, the other thing I like to practice from time to time is like being able to see from the other side of the screen if there's an employee waiting over there, and if there is and they're about to shoot me, just without setting them off, just one move. Turn and shoot all at the same time. Right in the dick. Right in the dick. Okay. So, what's next? Okay, let's figure out why this MacBook's not turning on. So we have a MacBook and... Whoa! You know what? I should throw this at hi. Oh, hi. I got something better than a Nerf dart to throw at you. Come here, buddy. Come here, buddy. Apple tells me that batteries are not safe. Oh, come here, buddy. Okay. First things first. Oh, hi. Hey, that's an e-waste battery.
Mutually assured destruction.
Mutually assured destruction. It's like Ukraine and Russia. 3, 2, 1. No. What happens if you pop it once it's already expanded, though?
It smells like candy. And then
Candy. That's how you would describe that smell. You know, the last 3 times I blew up a giant lithium-ion cell that didn't smell like candy. It's probably because I blew up 200 or 400 of them rather than 1. Why isn't Hi working on some random boring task? He was. And then I distracted him by shooting him with a Nerf gun. Is there any reason you're not using the random channel? I use the random channel because it would piss people off and kill the channel when I post it to the main channel. But the main channel is dead, so I don't really care anymore. This is a dead YouTube channel. This is literally this YouTube channel is as dead as it fucking gets. So I don't really. The whole point of splitting things up is to not kill your main channel, but this channel is kind of dead anyway, so I don't really care. It's too annoying to manage 2 different channels of content. Any tips for e-bikes? Use ebikes.ca. They make some good stuff. The fan in the Atten is more durable. I don't know if that's true. I'm not going to say that you're wrong, No Blue Sky, but I just don't have experience with it. But the Atten is cheaper. Oreo! Oreo, come here, you little kitty. Oh, he's my kitty. Here, touch this to ground myself. Don't want to. I know I have to ground myself, though. I know you're an ESD safe kitty. Come here. Come here. Come here, you little ESD safe kitty. Come here. Oh, come here, Oreo. Jump. Jump, my lap boy. Who's a good boy? Who's a good little cat? Come here, Oreo. Come here. Come here. Oh, who's my kitty? Who's my kitty? Ground self. Thank you, E. McKay. Yeah, it's a cool device. I think if you're talking about the framework, I think you'll enjoy it. I enjoyed it more than I thought. I really do like the screen aspect ratio. I like that more than I thought I would. Oh my god, this thing's falling apart. So the reason that I thought this was a really strange looking computer. Bro. So most likely this is going to have some cracked balls into the CPU or PCH or something, and this is like machines that look like this are usually not going to be worth the effort to mess with. But let's see. Oreo better get some extra greenies tonight after you're shooting the poor kitty with a fake Nerf dart. Here's $5 for the greenies fund. I'm actually out of greenies in the store. They attacked and opened all the greenies. So Mr. Clinton got into the greenies. He can open it even with the plastic and the sealing and everything on it. Oreo, where are you? Oreo, come here, you fat cat. Okay. So as you can see, it was giving us 250 milliamps static, and then it stopped. That tends to mean a PP by G3 hot short. But now it's gone. Hi, Oreo. Hi. Hi. Jump up here, little kitty. Come here, Oreo. Come on, just jump. If you jump, you can spend as much time up here as you want. You just gotta jump. Come on, you old fat bastard. Oreo. 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 Come on, Oreo. Jump. Oreo, jump. Oreo. 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 Hi. Come on, jump. Jump. Come on. Come on, you fat fuck. Come on. Jump. Oreo, come on. Oh, for fuck's sake. Oreo, why is this board stuck at 260 milliamp static? Do you think that the CPU is not turning on, but CPU VCCIO is turning on? Or do you think it's PP-Bush G3 hot that is shorted to ground? What do you think, Oreo? Usually 250 milliamps is a PP-Bush G3 hot short, or every SO rail turning on besides CPU V-core? What do you think, Oreo? Thank you, other Brad Bird. How the fuck am I supposed to get any work done now? No worries, Solid Shark. No worries. Maybe you're Dirk. Maybe I've been doing that for 3 years. Oreo. Rock-a-bye kitty on the treetop. When the bough breaks, the kitty will rock. When You're a fat kitty, aren't you? You are such a fat kitty. You can't escape, can you? Were you on other video streaming websites? I was on Twitch until yesterday. I had about 30,000 followers. I deleted it. Okay, come on, boy. I gotta get back to work, all right? Say hi to everybody. Say hi. Oreo. Good boy. Come on now. I gotta get to work. Okay, touch power supply. Touch lighting power supply. Ground myself. Get rid of any of this ESD from my ESD safe kitty. And back to work. So, let's open up a schematic for an 820-4924 board and go from there. All right, so what I said is that I'm going to take a guess that PP-Bush G3 hot is shorted to ground. Let's see if that's it. F7140. So F7140 is going to be over here, and what we get is 0 volts on one side of the fuse, 0 volts on the other, and we're going to unplug the power, and we're going to see if it is shorted to ground. I'm going to guess 1 or 2 ohms. And of course, it is 0 ohms to ground. Again, one of the things that I like to do is I like to make a list in my head of the common issues after I've solved an issue on a board of what it is. Once I get, once I solve it, I remember how much amperage it was taking in the beginning, and then I remember what the problem was so that I can then associate it next time. 250 milliamps on any sort of 2013 or 2015 platform board tends to mean that PP-Bush G3 hot is shorted to ground, but the fuse is not yet blown. If the fuse is blown, obviously be taking 0. If the fuse is not blown, it's just the short is being allowed to go through, then it will take more. So PP-Bush G3 hot is shorted to ground. Now the question is going to be, what is it that is actually shorted? So sometimes I like to take a quick look around the board and see if I can see what it is. And in this case, I actually can see what it is. And I'm kind of curious if you guys can see what it is. So let's see how good your vision is. This is actually visible on camera. I know because I actually have OBS open in a quarter screen window, and I can still see exactly what it is that is wrong with this board. So I'm curious if you could see it. This is now on the wiki, on repair.wiki, there is a section. There is a section on repair.wiki that describes how to tell when something is, what was I just talking about? Huh? Grant, Rennie, I did a video on the Apple phone rental thing about 3 days ago, but my channel is dead, so nobody saw it. But I did a video on it if you want to know what I think. I forget what I was doing. I had a train of thought going. It's gone. Totally gone. I don't have Autobots, McLaren. Apple phone rental subscriptions. I mean, at least they're being honest with you, you know? You don't own it. That's honesty up there. What was I just talking about? So on repair.wiki, there's a section dedicated to being able to tell when something is broken. And what I'd like to do to it is I'd like to be able to add this to help train people. So a visual inspection for logic boards over here. And it's a guide that tries to train your eyes. And the whole idea is I want you to be able to look at a board the same way that I look at a board. And I encourage people to contribute to this. And you're welcome to steal this picture, because here's the thing. I'm going to want to contribute this to the wiki, but I guarantee you that the moment that I end the stream, I'm going to completely forget, the same way that I forget what I'm talking about mid-sentence now. So I'm going to get this over here. If any of you could be so kind as to add this to the wiki, this would be amazing. I'm going to put it in the microscope camera. So this is an example of a transistor or a chip that is corroded. Not corroded. This is an example of a chip that is dead. And this could definitely be a useful addition to the visual inspection section of the wiki. Now, again, I'm not going to bother taking a bunch of time to measure a bunch of things on this board because it's obvious what's causing the issue. So I'm going to remove the SSD. There's no reason to potentially heat this up since on this machine the SSD is actually removable. Just slide that into the case. We're going to take that off and we're going to see if we still have a short. I was wondering if you were hacked. There was this Britney meme calling the guy in the video a simp. No, that was me. I was listening to some 90s music the other day, and I saw a 90s music video, and I didn't realize that a lot of the Spice Girls and Britney Spears is really just about them fucking with simps. Like, there's this one Spice Girls song where it's like, you know, I'm still going to call you, I'm still going to expect you to always be there for me, but I only will have you here as a friend, but I expect you to still provide me all the benefits that I would have gotten if I was in a committed relationship with you. And the other one was this Britney Spears song where she's like, you know, she's toying with the guy. She's clearly toying with the guy. And after she says she's clearly toying with the guy and saying, oops, I played with your heart, you know, you think I'm more than a friend, he goes to the bottom of the fucking ocean to get something and give it to her. And then she says you shouldn't have, and then laughs and continues to put forth the concept that they're only friends. And this song has hundreds upon hundreds of millions of listens and is one of the most famous songs in pop culture history. And the song is really is essentially the guy being a complete and utter simp. And I didn't realize it. It was just very catchy music. When I heard it when I was young, I just thought this is a catchy song. But I never thought to analyze the lyrics of the video to figure out what was going on, because I don't listen to the lyrics for a lot of songs. Even when I know the lyrics, it's just kind of something I sing along to, but I'm not listening. You know, I'm singing them. I'm not listening to it. But once you kind of go into it and analyze it, oh my God, what a simp. The astronaut in that Britney Spears thing was a complete and utter simp. I mean, it's just embarrassing. I guess not for him. He probably got paid good for that spot. But, I mean, if you're thinking of it from the fictional character's point of view, he's total simp. And you never go full simp. Okay, so. Yeah, it was the Oops You Simpin' Again by Britney Spears. Okay, so what we're going to do now is we are just going to get rid of that old solder over there. Okay. Put some new solder down. Somebody stole my wick. Stole my wick. There we go. Wick. But yeah, that song had some really high simp energy in it. Well, baby, I went back down to the ocean and got it for you. Aw, you shouldn't have. No, really, you shouldn't have. Like, don't simp. Well, baby, I went down to the ocean and got it for you. Oh, Jesus Christ. Don't do that. Reminds me of this time when I was 13 years old and I had a crush on this girl, so I got her a CD player. It was a cheap CD player. It was like $15, but still. Oh, man. I feel the same vibes. Same vibes. Never. But I was 13. You're gonna simp a little bit when you're 13, you know? Okay. Oh, Baby One More Time is very catchy. I've made PRs in the gym to that. I'm not kidding. The first time I bench pressed 255 pounds 4 times was to Britney Spears' Baby One More Time. That song is so fucking catchy. I hate it. I hate it for being as catchy as it is, but to deny that it's catchy would just be like, I can't do that, you know? I can't deny that that's a catchy song. It is. I tried to beat that record using the Final Fantasy IX Swedish orchestra playing the last song of the game when Zidane reunites with Princess Garnet, and that I actually got 4.5 reps to, but then I stopped halfway through. Yo, Baby One More Time is not trash pop. GTFO bounce up. The rest of it is trash, but like that one song, very catchy. Very catchy. The new latest trash pop that I've been into is that Elton John Dua Lipa Cold Heart song. That is incredibly catchy. Cold, cold heart, hard done by you. No, I don't like the I'm a Slave for You song. I don't like the rest of Britney Spears' catalog, to be honest with you. It's primarily just the Baby One More Time song. $500 milliamps. I don't know, McLaren. I don't. Don't do it to me, Marty McFly. Now, this is an 820-4924, not an 820-3536. So the fan is not going to turn on until it hits about 70 or 80 Celsius. Instead of turning on when it's like 60, instead of it being turned on pretty much all the time, it only turns on when it gets boiling hot. So you'll see. You're not going to have fan spin for quite a while. But the amperage kind of going a little bit up and a little bit down means that the CPU is doing something. I could plug it into a screen for you to see, but I'm being lazy and I don't want to get up again. So I'm just waiting for the CPU to burn itself and then for the fan to eventually turn on. Marty McFly, you cut that out. I don't really care, McLaren. It's not a big deal. It's not affecting me. I want to get two $100 phones. Be honest and give suggestions I don't regret. Moto G, it's not $100, but it's like $120 or $130 if you buy the last generation. Listen to the original Rocket Man instead of Cold Heart. I'll listen to the original Rocket Man, but whatever happened to Right to Repair? I have acknowledged if you answered this already. I haven't heard much since Biden signed. Has been any more movement on it? I don't know how to answer that. That's kind of like asking what happened to foreign policy. There's so many different ways to answer that question. I'm not even really sure where to go. Do you mean what happened to Right to Repair federally? Do you mean what happened to Right to Repair for farmers? Do you mean what happened to Right to Repair for medical devices in Chicago, in Illinois? Do you mean what happened to the Right to Repair bill that was posited in Washington? Do you mean what happened to the Right to Repair bill in Maryland? Do you mean what's going on with the Right to Repair bill in Missouri? I don't even know where to start. So the Right to Repair bill in Washington got destroyed. Half of it was because every single Republican voted against it, and the other is because the Democrats that did vote for it kind of got cold feet or were going to vote for it, got cold feet at the end because at the last day they got bombarded with fear, uncertainty, and doubt from manufacturers. The Right to Repair bill in Maryland got destroyed because C.T. Wilson said that I made a racist video about him when I made a video saying that viruses are not created just because people see source code, which is I did a long video on that. The Georgia lobbying is moving forward there. Missouri lobbying is moving forward there on an agriculture bill, but it doesn't include general electronics. In Minnesota, there's a bill moving forward, but again, that one is agriculture only, doesn't include general electronics. In Illinois, we thought if we narrowed the scope to only be medical devices, that maybe we'd be able to push something through, so we actually tried to do that, and then even when we did narrow the scope, there was virtually no chance this session of anything getting done, so we wait for next session. And we did interface with the FTC since Biden filed an executive order asking the FTC to deal with rulemaking and creating rules. So I decided to have an antitrust attorney pretty much go over every single thing I've been complaining about on this channel for the past 10 years and turn it into legal speak so that that could actually be interfaced with at the FTC so they'd have some sort of general basis and foundation as to what it is that needs to be done, what they have the power to do, what they're allowed to do, what they're not allowed to do. I kind of wanted to do as much of their homework for them as humanly possible in the hopes that if I did as much of their homework as humanly possible, that there'd be a teeny tiny small chance of them actually doing something. And in the words of Thomas Sowell when speaking with Uncommon Knowledge, he said, I asked the government this thing in the 50s. I went up the chain to the Department of Labor, and to this day I still await the reply. 60 years later. That's the joke. Get it? Like he asked the government something 60 years ago, and then 60 years later he's still awaiting the reply. So am I. Anyway, it is what it is. So there you go. What would happen if I use fake flux? You and your family would probably die. I agree with you, Chris Starr. I agree 100%. I don't know what you're talking about, McLaren. I don't know what you mean. I don't know why you're mad at Nightbot. I don't get it. I don't see. I don't know what you're mad about. Anyway, next board. I have a 2018 MacBook. I never got repaired for water damage. The entire thing is shorted out and I haven't touched it since 2020. What's my best course of action? Buy a ThinkPad. I don't know. Buy a ThinkPad or a framework. Buy a ThinkPad. No, I mean, the right answer... if you want to get it fixed, you can get it fixed by an independent, or you can get it fixed by Apple. Get some quotes. Figure out what people tell you. See what people tell you it'll cost to fix. Not every machine is worth fixing. Depends on what's wrong with it. Can we zoom in on the thing? No, Amir. Looks like Mac when he visit your store. I dropped it last night. It's still running but making weird noises. What kind of noise? Thanks for the rundown. I like 200 characters. Thank you very much, Banana Bread. That's more than I deserve. That's $20 more than I deserve, sir. What are you using to read, draw current on the MagSafe 2? A CSI 3005P power supply from CircuitSpecialist.com, along with custom-programmed Paul Daniels software from PLDaniels.com. Guarding the guy with water damage, it's a good advice to use thermal paste remover solution with a toothbrush and brush it off. Brush what off? Wait, what? No, don't use a toothbrush. No toothbrush. I don't know. I'm not a big fan of toothbrush. Ultrasonic. Does your M-scope ring light have fume extraction? It does not, no. That is the... I think that's the power wire, because that's a halogen bulb. Actually, wait, no, the bulb is in there. This is, I think, in some sort of fiber optic or optical cord. Some sort of fiber, I don't know, some sort of special cord to carry the light over to here. The fan or something? Oh. Well, I don't know how far away you are, Ann. I'd be honored to take a look at it for you. Happy, humbled, and honored. But I feel bad with the idea of you shipping something when there's probably somebody local who could figure out what it is if it's just a noise without you having to ship it and be without it. Okay, I gotta leave a note on this. I sell Atten Fire Phone. Q7130. I've never gotten a System 76 machine, but I did an interview on the channel with somebody who works at System 76, and I think that they're an amazing company. I would put them up there with Framework in terms of companies that I support in terms of buying a laptop. The only problem I have is they do not have a track point, and I really like track points. The other thing is that the keyboards on most of their computers have numpads, which drives me insane. I don't mind a numpad on a desktop, but I mind it on a laptop. It's weird because having an off-center keyboard on a laptop is intensely triggering to me. But it's going to be difficult to come up with something that satisfies all of my unique specific requests, so I almost wouldn't even demand that they do. But yeah, I think that they're a really cool company. I haven't seen one of their devices in person, but after speaking to one of their engineers for an interview and just kind of learning a bit about their company ethos and ethics, I think that System 76 is a really great company, and I hope them a lot of success. I think so, Bounce Off. Thank you, Few Pal. Do you support legalizing child porn? I'm new here, and the whole Destiny thing makes me nervous. Nah, I think that's kind of weird. That's a bridge too far. I get what he's saying. I get the argument that I believe he made, that Destiny was making, and feel free to correct me if I'm strawmanning it, is there is so much of it that's already out there that already exists without making new. If you can use that in some way, shape, or form to make pedos less likely to actually hurt real people by just having an outlet, by using the shit that already exists that we can't fucking do anything about because you don't have a time machine, I understand the utilitarian argument there. But I don't have an objective argument to create. It just feels weird, and because it feels weird, I would say no. But yeah, I'm not a. It feels too weird to like take that step forward. Somebody could say that's the slippery slope fallacy, and that's fine. I'm kind of an emotional human, and I don't really know how to separate the two sometimes. I don't know, Richard, and I don't care. I don't care. I think everybody owns something that right to repair is relevant for the other Bradbird. I also believe that you missed the point of his argument if you're saying, as someone with children, I don't know if I should unsubscribe, because I specifically, I think you've kind of went out of your way to ignore the argument that he was actually making. I understand the utilitarian approach to his argument, but yeah, I mean, you probably should unsubscribe because it sounds like you become offended at the wrong things, and it also sounds like you become offended at things without actually listening to people's arguments. So even though I don't necessarily agree with him on that particular take 100%, you probably subscribed too soon. You should definitely unsubscribe. The person. You don't want to get me started on keyboards. I have a bad habit of destroying them. Yeah, I don't like off-center keyboards. Off-center keyboards are annoying. I would not, like, it's really weird because, like, from my standpoint, how to put this? Nobody had to tell me this is what you find sexually attractive, you know? Like, at some point when I was an early teenager, I just started finding other girls my age to be hot. I can't tell you when it clicked, it just did. And then when it comes to people that are gay, like, they find people, like, you know, again, no, I don't think anybody told them find this attractive. I just think that one day they woke up and it's like, oh, other boys or other girls are hot. And, like, it has to really suck to be a pedo. Because to have that time where you just wake up and it's like, oh, you know, people that are 1/8 my age are hot, like, oh my God, that has to be fucking horrible. Because the thing is, I know that there's nothing that anybody could ever say or do that would stop me from finding other women that are like 25 to 40 hot. If they're, or who am I kidding, like 18 to 40 hot. Like, there's nothing that you could do to change that, you know? Because it's like it's hardwired into my fucking brain as a heterosexual male to find other women attractive. So, like, what would it be like if my brain were so fucked up that I found, like, 4-year-olds? Just even thinking about it, it's like, what do you do with that, you know? Because, like, I can't help it. I don't know. It's like, it's weird because at the same time, I don't think there's any fixing pedos, so I don't think that, like, I would not want them near me or my family or my children. I would want to be as far from them as humanly possible. But at the same time, like, I feel some sense of sympathy for people whose brain is miswired in such a way that the way that I feel about other women my age is the way you feel about kids. That's like, that's just absolutely fucked. But that's all I have to say on that topic. M1 airport stopped working, Apple cites corrosion, thus accidental damage. Should I shell over $2.99 or call someone local to fix it for cheaper? It depends. If the rest of the board is corroded, then that's a deal. If the motherboard is corroded in addition to the clock cycles, that's a deal. If it's only the charge ports, and this is the Air, which means that the charge port is modular and attaches and can detach from the motherboard, then find an independent. You can always rewind, Veda. That's a choice. I don't want to tell on anyone, but did you look at Linus' video last week about graphics cards? I don't really care anymore, honestly. The rant that I did on the ovens, it came off so tone deaf because he was talking to people that just wanted to fix their own stuff that they had already written off as dead that they were using in their home. I was pissed off at other repair shops that actually do that and charge people for it as a fix. So people really saw it as this repair guy is pissed off that people are not giving him money, and I understand why they saw it that way when I went off on Linus in 2016, rather than as this repair guy doesn't want shitty repair shops charging people $300 for reflows with a 30-day warranty. So I don't think that the message that I wanted to get across, I got across well last time, because I think that when I was 26, I was worse at communication than I am now at 33, and I don't think that going back to that argument and rehashing that would actually do any good. If anything, would probably cause more people to have a pendulum backlash and then wind up believing that it's good to reflow things in ovens. So I think it's best if I just leave that alone. Miswired. I don't know. Again, I did not have to learn what to find attractive. Like, it's just fucking natural. Like, everybody who's here, I don't think there's anybody in my chat that had to think or, like, be taught or read a book. There was a cat? Where's the cat? Cat? Oreo? Clinton? Barry? Barry? I don't think anybody in this chat had to be told what was attractive. You know, you just kind of found it naturally attractive. So I do have some sort of sympathy for people who, like, that happens to them for something that's absolutely fucking horrible. Because that would suck. Because, like, again, if I want to act that out, you know, like, I could go out, I could go on Tinder or something, you know, or if I could go on a, you know, I don't know, I could go to, like, a book club or some shit and meet somebody that's single and then act that out and it's totally fine. There are so many ways for me to act out what I'm naturally attracted to in a manner that is completely societally acceptable. But if your brain is wired as a man to find other men attractive, I don't know, maybe not, again, if you're in the UAE, probably not the best place, but if you're in, you know, I don't know, San Francisco or Chelsea and Manhattan, there are many ways for you to just go out there into society and act your way out, and it's fine. If your brain is wired to, like, oh my God, like, just even thinking about it makes me fucking sad and sick. Anyway, I don't even want to talk about that subject anymore. It kind of makes me sick. Attraction can be taught. See, I don't believe that. I don't think there's anything you can do that would get me to be sexually attracted to a man. Besides muting James LeBrie's vocals on every Dream Theater album and then remixing it for me and giving me a copy. I think that would be very close. But otherwise, no, in all seriousness, you know. Okay. People still offer reballing services for consoles and laptops. Yeah, I mean, that's sad. Okay, I gotta. Okay. What microscope is that? It looks like mine. This, I think, is an Omano 1030, but they're all the same shit. Like, every single one of these microscopes you see, they're all put together by the same company in China. The Amscope ones, the Omano ones, the ones that I was selling at one point. The only difference is the ones that I was selling had a different piece and a different mount so that the microscope camera wouldn't be blurry. Because at some point, they started cheaping out and saving $10 by giving you the shittier mount, which was annoying. Okay, next ticket. What do we got here? Ugh, gross. That's a disgusting one. That's a disgusting one, too. Okay, this one's not that disgusting. I'll be back in a moment. Thank you, Mikkel. Your chest fullness is desirable. You appear to have muscle insertions. No, it's probably just the. This is probably the deceiving camera angle in the shirt. It's probably just the deceiving camera angle in the shirt. Oh. I was 103 pounds as a junior in high school, so I've gained about all the weight that I'm ever going to gain. Everything else is just kind of fat. I've lost about 16 pounds in the past 2 months. I have about another 5 or 7 that I'd like to go. Okay, H14 is the next one. Wait, I forgot something here. Oh, the gun. Shh. H14. Damn it. You dodged well, hi. Damn it. I was gonna grab Oreo as a hostage. He's too smart. He ran away. That's the first time I ever saw him actually run. Is he hiding? Damn it. No, I missed. I shot them. I shot the metal behind him. Oreo, get out of there. There's all dust over there. He's gonna be a dust ball if he keeps crawling onto there. What? I tried to get. Hi, Clinton. Clinton, you have anything to say to an audience? Clinton. 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 Psst. Clinton. What do you think of Eric Adams? What do you think of Laurie Cumbo getting appointed as some art director or something? I know, she was horrible. Clinton is already eating too much. But thank you. Okay, let's find a schematic and a board view for this A2159. A21? Whoa, who is that? Is that Oreo? Oreo, are you in? Is that you over there, Oreo? Is that little Oreo? Hi, Oreo, come here. Oh my God, you're so cute. Come here, Oreo, come here. Come here. Here, Oreo. 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 Psst, 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 psst. Oreo. Oreo. Come here. Oh, he's a good boy. Come here. Jump. Oreo, all you gotta do is jump, and my attention is yours until the end of time. Just jump. Be a cat. Be a cat, you little... Jesus Christ, you're so fucking slow. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on, Jessica whatever's here. You remember her. You remember her, don't you, Oreo? Come here. Jump, Oreo. Jump. Oreo, show us. Oreo, show us how strong you are. Oreo? Oreo? Oreo. Oreo. Oreo, come here. Jump. Jump, Oreo. Oreo. Come here. Stop. Come on. Psst, psst, psst. Oh, stop with the head rubs. Come on, jump. You know how to jump. I know you know how to jump. Oh, Jesus Christ. You're just eating. Look at this fat schmuck. He just went straight to the food dish. Yeah, fuck out of here. He reminds me of that Charlie Puth song. Anybody here know that Charlie Puth song? You just want attention. You don't want my heart. Da 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 da. You just want attention. You don't want my heart. You just want a greenie. You don't want my heart. He just wants a greenie. Hello, Sheila. He just wants a greenie. He doesn't want my heart. Sweet mercy. I watched your recent video. Congrats on getting people to write personalized fanfic torture porn for you. Did you get too large to jump? Kind of. I just fixed my now digital waterproof watch. I need to clean it and put on a battery. And I'm a normal dude, not a pro like you. I'm definitely not... well, I don't think I'm much of a pro either. I'm just kind of making it up as I go. But congratulations on getting something to work again. It feels good now, doesn't it? All right. I did not miss cat. I saw kitty. I saw 4 little kitty emojis. Okay. You just want attention. You don't want my heart. Why is cat in store? It's not ESD safe from MacBook. Oh, cat is very ESD safe from MacBook. Au contraire. All the MacBooks I've been bringing up here, I've been fixing one after the other. Kitty is actually very ESD safe for MacBook. Okay, so this has some sort of liquid all over the board, but it doesn't have any corrosion yet. Which leads me to believe that there's a chance that if I just toss this in the ultrasonic cleaner, it'll work again. Well, as is always, and just because it's a newer model machine doesn't mean we throw away the basic techniques we use for the older ones. We're going to unplug the battery, plug it in, see what it does. You just want attention. You don't want my heart. Dun, 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 dun. You just want attention. That thing's stuck in my head. I always used to think that was such a basic song until I actually understood the meaning behind it. Then once I understood the meaning behind it, I had a whole new understanding and respect for Mr. Puth. When you deal with somebody that has no interest in a relationship with you, but then like when you're like, okay, bye, just like won't stop bothering you. When they have nothing else to say or do, nobody else to call or nothing else to do. And then Go away, Ananami. Go away. Shoo. Shoo. My kitty Milo won't leave me alone until I provide him with a cotton swab. See you later, Beckett. Jeez, what a dick. Bye, you cunt. Bye. I wonder if there's a cheat sheet for this. It's easier than the black on black foam. Huh? Has Twitch responded in any way to you deleting your channel? Given that I probably brought them no money, that would be a complete waste of their time. That would be a giant waste of their time. He spends about 5 minutes looking for what's trending on Google News and Twitter. He opens up a few articles, and then he talks about it for 2 hours. I don't know what else to say, Grummel. I don't want your condolences, Dane4. I do not care. I do not care to have the same conversation 1.7 million times. It is... How do I... what is that? What is that even? What? Yeah, send me an email with that, MLZ. I would like to look into that. That would actually... I think that would be a funny thing to spot. I've wasted way too many AA batteries so far. I really got to remember to bring those batteries back from my car. I have some rechargeable AA batteries from that I took with me. I got to have a separate set for the office and another set for my traveling bag. I stole the office ones from my traveling bag. No, there's audio. There's audio. There is audio. No, there's lag, but there's audio now. You just can't. I don't know, Gazaril. Probably some stupid YouTube bug. I don't like having facial hair grow, Top Cat. It tends to attract all the wrong people. But more importantly, I don't like it. Blackberry? 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 Hey, Blackberry. Why are you running from Hi-Hi? Did Hi-Hi do something to you? Blackberry, did Hi-Hi do something to you? Is it time for Hi-Hi to get shot at? Gotta find a bullet. There's a Hi-Hi over there. That was the worst shot ever. Jesus. Let's see if I can shoot straight. How was my New Hampshire trip? My uncle sends his kids to the lake to get water for coffee because it's better than the well or town or bottled. Good. I have another one coming up this week. Going to speak to a guy who runs a repair shop for Future Motion one-wheel skateboards. Watch this. We're going to hit the door, and it's going to ricochet off the door and hit his head. Sweet mercy, indeed! That was perfect timing there with the sweet mercy. Max Payne. Damn it, that was a horrible Max Payne shot. That works much better in the video game. I can't make that shot in real life work. That would have been cool if it was a real gun because it shot the middle of the fire extinguisher. So technically I would have still got you. Ha! Oh shit. You have 12 bullets. I have one little gun. That takes one bullet. I gotta make this spicier. What if I dip the bullet in the cat food and then I shoot him? Technically, it doesn't make me more likely to hit him, but it makes the stakes higher. No, that's kind of fucked up. Hey, it's my shield. That's my shield! How do I get around this? How they shoot in my neighborhood? Like this. Let's see. Does this actually give you more accuracy, or is that just what they do in the movies? Holy shit, it works! I got him! Why would you make such an assumption, Sheila? That makes no sense.
This gun is so broken.
No, that one, the bullet gets stuck halfway in between. Is this the one where the bullet like gets stuck in the chamber?
No, this is the one where it goes off when you load it.
Oh, I like that one. That's fun.
Well, also, if I actually load it, I can go like this.
That is so limp dick right there. Let's see if we can shoot David. We should get a camera out there. There's no way I could. I think Paul could make this shot in between the open door and the cabinet, but I can't.
Yeah.
That's not happening. Not even close. Paul could make that shot though. They teach you how to shoot in the Marines. They teach you how to shoot really damn well. You guys have sent out postage paid boxes for shipping and laptops. I can't find them on your site since they were saying out of stock. Email Adrian@rossmangroup.com and tell them that Louis says you're fired. They're supposed to be in stock, and if they're not in stock, then yeah. Email Adrian@rossmangroup.com and tell them that you're fired. No, really, why the fuck are we out of stock? We do. We're supposed to have the fucking box. Let's see. Box. Adrian, you... Wait. Is it? What? Yeah, it's out of stock. Okay. So email Adrian@rossmangroup.com and tell him to put this in stock or he's fired. Or he's going to get shot with a Nerf gun first thing tomorrow. Could I get you all spinning this before I move on to this board? I really got to move on to fixing this board, but first... Whoa! In the heart, too! I wasn't expecting that. You try it. Let's see. Spin and see if you can get me. Try spinning as fast. The bullet actually broke.
Yeah, that bullet.
Close.
That's close.
That was fun.
And now I have headache.
I have a headache too, actually. And I wasn't even spinning that fast. That didn't work as well as I expected it to.
Good night.
Good night, hi. Thanks for everything. Fuck. Please give the kitty some attention from me. Love your board repair videos. Thank you, John. Okay. Time to actually fucking fix something. Jeez. All right. What do we have here? So this is an A2159. I am not in the process of hiring people. I am in the process of figuring out how to pay all the people I already hired. But I'm kind of distracting myself from that with shooting my employees. If I can't afford to pay them, I won't be able to keep them around long enough to be able to shoot at them. So as you can see, this gives us nothing on the charger. This literally gives us nothing. No response at all. And our CD327, this board just kind of has this weird malaise going over the entire thing. Yeah, I'll show you what I mean by that. It just has this kind of, this layer of shit everywhere. Oh, somebody fucked with this already, it looks like. Okay, so can somebody who's been working on more of the modern MacBooks more than I have give me a refresher on this? Did their soldering get way worse or from the factory? Or was this actually fucked with by a repair shop that doesn't know what they're doing? Because that's bad, like, even by Apple standards. What is this? That's fucking trash. That's actual trash. Are you guys in the process of hiring? Yes, we're looking for a shipping clerk that keeps our boxes in stock. Email Adrian@rossmangroup.com and tell him that you are looking for a job keeping the boxes in stock. No, it's in all seriousness. What the fuck is this? What? This is bullshit. This is actual garbage. You have a new house? No, I don't. Oh, I was looking for a new house, but the market is crazy. Yo, this is trash. Are we ready to? I think Framework will for repair shops, but not for customers, which again, is not ideal, but it's closer than everybody fucking else does, so. But they have their reasons. I wish I could say it out loud. I said it out loud in another video, but I didn't name them as the source, but to keep it. But you're never going to know what video I'm referring to, so technically it's still kind of confidential. But yeah, anyway, this board kind of has this like malaise of sticky shit all over it, like something was spilled on it at some point. You see how when I scrape the chip, how you can see that there's something on it that kind of removed itself? I'm very curious if a run through the ultrasonic will give this board a new lease on life. I'm thinking of trying it. CD3217 is over here. A nice Texas Instruments charging controller that I cannot buy from them. Anytime, Ratita. What garbage do you listen to? Hey, don't you dare insult Shirley Manson. Don't you fucking dare insult Shirley Manson. I will beat the crap out of you. How dare you? How dare you call Shirley Manson garbage? How dare you? Where did you start with this? Where do you start with this? UC and then reflow. Honestly, I would start with ultrasonic. Because the thing is, there's no one area that has localized corrosion. That's the thing. There's no one area that has a lot of... Whoa. Okay, you know what? I would actually start with this? Never mind. I would start by sending this back to the fucking customer and telling them to get out of here. My site makes it very clear. I don't want pre-fucked with crap. What the fuck is this? What the fuck is this? What is this bullshit? Yeah, so never mind. You know, okay, this answered my question from before. Was this fuck with by another repair shop or not? Nope. No. This is not how this works. We have a no fix, no fee model. You don't send shit that you did this shit to. No, fuck out of here. Next. Fuck. No. Nope. Bye-bye. Get out of here. No, I'm not fucking with this. I don't know what the fuck you did or why you... no. Hell no. Yeah. Bye-bye. Okay. Yeah, so where you start with this is you send it back. That's what you do with this. Okay. Several chips are soldered on like shit. Jumper wires ran between random pads to inject voltage to random places. Bye-bye, Miss American Pie. I drove my Chevy to the levee, but the levee was dry. Them good old boys were drinking whiskey and rye and singing, "This'll be the day that I send your board back because you fucking mutilated it before sending it here. Back in slot H14 you go." Yeah, get out of here. I'm not fucking going through all this and replacing every single chip that you may have destroyed. Hell no. Then I spend 4 hours on it and I get paid nothing because I couldn't fix it. Nice try. No. Okay. I don't have an average, Amir. It's different for each one. On a 165 board, you ever found another common reason for missing PP5 ES4RS2 besides DC and flex connector? It's never the DC in or the flex connector. That's not it at all. You're missing PM sleep S4L, and you have to figure out why you're missing PM sleep S4L. It may be that an upstream rail is bad, so maybe PP5 ESO is shorted to ground, PP5 ES3 could be shorted to ground. Pretty much, you're missing PM sleep S4L, and there's an entire playlist on this channel dedicated to what to do when PM sleep S4L is missing. It is a book in and of itself. So there. Look up the playlist for what to do when PM sleep S4L is missing. I don't bother with that shit, Wes. No sound, Davey, no sound. H19, let's see. One port taking 5 volts, one port boot looping at 2442. Huh. Ooh, an M1. Is there a schematic for M1? Probably not. Okay, do I have a schematic for that? I forgot the slot I came out here for. Oh, I gotta walk all the way back over there. What slot was that in? H19. Wait a second, I don't even have a MagSafe to test this with. Huh? I guess that'll make it fun. Hmm. I gotta turn this camcorder. Probably last one. Yeah. Who knows, Triana? Who knows? I don't drink coffee, Nico. I avoid caffeine. You're right. I haven't hydrated, Salem. Actually, I've only had half of this water. I'll drink the rest. Thank yous. Thank you, Andy. I appreciate that. Think, Rihanna. Think. Why would somebody come here for a machine that's in warranty? I'll give you 3 guesses. What do you think? Five volts, 0 amps. 5 volts, 200 milliamps, but then loops. Five volts, 20 milliamps, static. I don't know, Joel. We'll see after this if I can find a schematic for this. No, but my old employee who died last year took a bow and arrow to an idiot. It's kind of crazy to say that. Like, damn, I started talking to him 11 years ago, and he's dead. It's crazy. See you later, Top Cat. Hope you have a good rest of your day. Yeah, he shot an A1260 with a bow and arrow. That machine was a piece of shit, so it kind of deserved it. He got so much hate in the comments because YouTube tends to like old things and like restoring old things, and a lot of people on YouTube, the culture that's prevalent here is let's make old stuff work as long as possible. Let's have some sort of praise for the culture of using old stuff. And this one particular machine was a gigantic piece of shit, so he didn't believe that at all. So he was so sick and tired of being brought a machine that he knew was going to fail, that was built horribly to begin with for so many different reasons, that he took it and he shot it with a bow and arrow. And he uploaded it to YouTube. It was a weird situation because there was something happened to this business 6 years ago, and I wasn't able to afford everybody here. It was a temporary thing, and I had an account that was locked, and I had to let somebody go. And he was he had seniority, but he didn't. It was very obvious that he needed to move on and do something else. He even openly admitted he hated doing this shit. He just kind of got stuck in doing it for too long. So when I needed to let somebody go, I let him go instead of the people here who were newer, less seniority, but actually really much cared about the job much more in the place. And I had always kind of hoped to meet up with him later in life. He actually wound up it was the best thing that could ever happen to him. He needed somebody to push him into doing, quote, proper IT. He wound up making more money. He moved to a place that he likes a lot more than here. He was much happier, and I had always kind of wanted to see what his new life was like. And I never really quite made the time to see him. And then he died. So that kind of sucked. Where can you find that video? Let me find it for you. Yeah, 1 sec. That kind of... But he was a good dude. Sure, Ann. I'll request it. I will request. It's been hard for me to get people here to do live videos, but I'll get somebody to do one for you. Yeah, he died of COVID last year. That sucks. He's only a few years older than me, too. I started to get become more of a fitness nut after that happened. He had kind of started to let his health go, like a little bit, while he worked here, and then a lot more after, and then after he moved. And can't do that. Like you can't do that. Not even the slightest bit, because you never know when it'll come back around and bite you in the ass. Admittedly, a big part of the motivation to add another hour a day of cardio on top of my existing routine and to eat a lot healthier was that. So if my lung capacity goes down 50%, I will still have I'll still have something rather than it'll be uncomfortable rather than I'm fucked. He died doing what he wanted, what he loved. He was traveling, and he was doing a lot of traveling and camping and other stuff, so he had a good life up until the point of. IT really is bad for your health. I mean, when you just think about the stress, the situations that you're sitting in constantly, you're kind of incentivized to not take a break until you solve the problem. Thank you, Space Fleming. You as well. To you as well. Okay, where do we have any more hidden screws in this piece of shit? Show me I already see where the problem is, by the way. We're going to be fixing this in a moment. I'm just curious if you've seen where the problem is. You should be able to see it. I have my window for OBS that shows me what you see on camera, and it's shrunk, and I can see it. So if you're full screening this, you should be able to see exactly what I see. And here's what we're going to do. We're going to start building a database in our brain the same way I tell you guys with everything else. Remember, one charge port works, the other charge port doesn't, and we're stuck at 5 volts. One is at 20 milliamps, the other's at 200 milliamps, and one's boot looping. So I have the symptom. And then once I look at the part that has an issue, then I'll know, okay, well, that's the symptom. Here is what the board looks like in this area, or here's the part that was damaged. So in the future, I'll know what to associate with that problem. I do more than Apple device repair, Mudnip. Sometimes I do cat videos. Sometimes I ride my e-bike. Sometimes I do food reviews of places like Casey's Rib Shack. Okay, you guys. Is there a screw hiding somewhere? Aha, you fucking cunts. Fuck you, Apple. Seriously, fuck you. So you have a black motherboard, and then you have black pads on the black motherboard that are hiding black screws. Like, suck a dick. I swear to Christ, whoever came up with this shit. Fuck you. Fuck you where you breathe. Does anybody remember the iPhone 4 CDMA? Does anybody remember the iPhone 4 CDMA where in the upper left corner of it, they had a fucking black piece of tape to hide a black screw in there? Like, newbies would always try to take the board out, and they would assume that it was just stuck by tape or something, and they'd wind up cracking that side of the board. Thank God you could actually crack that side of the board and the phone would still work. But, yo, that's so annoying. Rodrigo has been paying attention for a while, and his eyes have been trained. They are on point. So what we're going to do is I'm going to find the schematic, and I want to see what signals are on there. And so this way I have an idea of what affects charging on this machine. Yo, this whole sometimes you go off on politicians. I like going off on politicians from time to time. See you later, Oscar. Hope you have a lovely day. And a great start to your week. He doesn't have a YouTube channel, Firefly. I actually haven't heard from him in like a year. I'm kind of sad. I hope he's doing well. Maybe he doesn't like me anymore. It's possible he doesn't like me anymore, or it is possible that he's just busy with something else, or that something happened to him. I don't really know. But I haven't heard from him in a year. I really got to make time for the mentors and the people that help me get where I am. To say hi, catch up with them, see how things are going. That's a problem that I have. I'm not very good at maintaining friendships. I should be better at maintaining friendships. When I get busy or obsessed with a new idea. There's also corrosion over here, by the way, so we're going to take a look at both of those areas and see what they're for. This is an 820-02098-07 board for those of you following along at home. And if you are following along at home, 820-020 820-020. Let's see. I only have 02020, not 02098, so I don't even have a schematic for this. Okay. Mac Mobile Black Screw sounds like Apple. Yeah. Okay, so does anybody here have a schematic to an 820-02098-07? If you do, please don't email it to louis@rossmanngroup.com, because that would be unethical, and I don't want you to do something that's unethical. Also got to see if there's another screw hiding in this little piece of shit. What holds this in? You're not coming out. There's something else holding you in, isn't there? There's something hiding somewhere, probably under a goddamn sticker. No. Is it this? No. No. Do you come out like this? Uh-huh. So this side comes out first. Whatever. You schmuck of a board. Okay. We're going to take you out from this side. All these little ribbon cables that are going to love ripping if I slice them. No, not today. What do we say to the angel of death? Not today. Okay, the bottom side of the board. Oh. Dear God, that is an ugly CD3217. And is that a CD37? Is that a CD30? We'll take a look under the microscope and see what that is. Okay, let's see if anybody here can be helpful. Let's see. 820-02098. Let's see if anybody has this. Yeah, about that. Okay, then. Schematic and board view. Unavailable. Okay. Yeah, okay. Well, so we're just going to have a spray and pray strategy for today. It's going to be spray and pray. And spray flux and pray that it works. All right. Oh, sweet mercy. I have a black tape around an Apple engineer. That maybe get me banned from the platform if I answer that question the way I feel. Okay, so here we are going to do spray and pray. Also, keep in mind that's a CD3217. So now this is something that a lot of people don't really get. CD3017 B12. CD3217 B12. Ooh. Okay, Mobile Centrics actually has this. Wow, look at that. Oh, never mind. Out of stock. Nobody has this shit. So if you just wanted to buy this chip... Yeah. Yeah. Good luck with that. Good luck with that. $96 for one chip. Fuck you. Wait, how many are you getting? Okay, never mind. How many? What is this color? Stencil plus chip? Chip. Yo. Yo, $20 a chip. Suck my dick. And you're taking that off of another fucking board. That's not even new. The fuck out of here. What do you got over here? What's this shit? Oh, CIC. Ugh. Puh. One piece, $23. And you know that shit's used. You know that shit's used. 100%. It's because it's CIC. Yeah, yeah, that's definitely used because you're selling it like that there. Yo. That's some bullshit. And they're all international. They're all international, too. It's not even for a new fucking chip. It's ripped off a donor. Bro. Any donor boards? Ha. That's funny. What's CIC? It's SEEIC. It's an eBay seller of certified pre-owned chips. I remember back when I was a kid, in my day, we used to buy donor boards for $12 a piece, and they came with all the chips on it that you needed already. Back in my day... It's a charge port controller. It's a USB-C mux, technically. So the USB-C goes to this chip, and then it goes from here to the rest of the computer. Help, I'm stuck in a basement taking CD3217s off MacBooks. And that's the thing. The MacBooks that they're taking these chips off of, get this is the best part. The MacBooks that he's taking them off of may actually be dead because the chip itself is bad. Yeah, that's the fun part. Dream Hackian says, Louis, after your video, I watched my first Destiny video, and even as a conservative, I can't fathom why they banned him. He's quite compelling and intelligent. He says edgy stuff sometimes, but at the end of the day, people are not banning him for the edgy stuff he says. They're banning him because they can't debate with him, and they can't win in an argument with him, so they take the other stuff out of context, and they pretend to be aggravated at things they're not actually aggravated at, so they have an excuse to get rid of him. And it's honestly, it's very effective. Damn it, I want to move that cap over. But that cap is not even soldered to the board anymore. Back in my day, the user manual contained schematics and we could buy parts. You come from a better generation when it comes to device repair. It's actually a really sharp picture. Do you guys think the picture on the camera right now is sharp? It's a nice looking picture over there. And what is this? Some JTAG looking shit over here. Yes, off decks, because I deleted Twitch, so no other platform for me. Yeah, I don't have a schematic or a board view for this, so I don't know what value those caps are. So some of you may be looking at me and saying, Louis, why don't you replace these capacitors over here that are nasty? Well, I don't know what value it is because I don't have a schematic. Now, what I could technically do is I could go over to the other side of the board. I can try to guess on the other CD3217 what cap that is, because there's another CD3217 on this board. But on the other CD3217, that cap is in a different position. So I'd have to actually take the chip off, trace where it's going, and then reball it to put it back on just to be able to tell what that cap is. And to be clear, even if I do all that, I may not actually have a fix. So it would help if I had another one of this board. Yeah, this cap is not even attached, so we're just going to take that shit off. That's not doing any good. It's probably for something stupid like USB 2. Nobody uses that shit anymore. Let's hope that's for something useless like USB 2 or DisplayPort, and not for actual charging. If that's for USB 2 or DisplayPort, I don't give a fuck. I also don't have a donor board for this either. So... Here, have $10. I was thinking of spending on a cheap takeout burger, but instead decided it against for the sake of a healthier homemade alternative. Also fully agree with your F-Twitch video. Thank you, Pear. I really appreciate that. Do consider eating something healthier, like a pear. I haven't cheated in a while. I cheated a little bit when I went to Washington, D.C. Oh, am I kidding? I cheated a lot. I went to some all-you-can-eat steak place and ate all sorts of shit that I shouldn't have. Why specifically Destiny saw the straw thread broke the camel's back? Trump got banned from Twitch also 1 year ago. I didn't even know Trump had a Twitch. It's hard to imagine people over 70 streaming. Also, thank you very much. That's very generous of you. You're all too kind. See you later, Andy. Okay, now if I knew what the fucking value of those caps is, I could put something there. Should I guess what the value of those caps is? What do you think those are? Wait, you know what I should do is I should just check the schematic of a similar board that I do have a schematic of, like the older M1. That's a smart thing to do. Why didn't I think of that earlier? Well, I don't have a brain. Here, let's check this out. So in the other M1, is there a similar layout or different? I really hope it's a similar layout. Is it a similar layout? That's not nice. Yeah, it's a totally different layout of everything. Let's see. I was kind of hoping that there'd be a similar layout. So I could at least kind of guess what kind of cap would be there in that area. You know? Here, so I'm going to look at it completely different. And I think you do a better job on this MacBook than I am. Okay, so I'm going to find the CD3217. And then I'm going to see if there's any specific value of cap right around it. Okay, let's see if there's a specific cap that's around it for all these that's the same value. So let's say CF413. What's the value of that? So that's 220 picofarads, 220 picofarads. We have a 10 microfarad. Well, I'm looking for the 201 size caps. So for the 201 size caps, is there a common one? Because the 201 size. So let's see. So the 201 size caps are either look like they're either 0.1 microfarads or 220 picofarads. That's ghetto as hell though. We're gonna fucking guess what cap goes there? Really? That's what we're doing now? Oh yeah, this one's 1 microfarad and it's 0201. Yeah, so the only way I'm gonna get anywhere with that is by taking it off of the board entirely, and I don't think that that's worth doing. I don't think that the charge ports on the other side should be affected by me doing this, though. I think that even if that cap is, if it's going to ground for some other line, or if it's, you know, in series with some sort of display port thing, I don't think that that's really necessarily going to matter. Let's see if we get any change in what's going on with the board. Because the thing is, essentially, when it comes to this type of board repair, this is going to come off really crass, but you need to figure out if it's worth further investigation, right? So if I'm going to take off each CD3217 chip, and then I am going to figure out on one of the other chips exactly where that trace leads to, so that I can then figure out what cap that leads to on the other side of the board, take that cap off, measure it, and then know what cap goes in that position, that's probably going to waste an hour or two of my time. In order to figure out if it's worth investing an hour or two of my time into a board that I don't have a schematic for, that I may not be getting paid for because this is no fix, no fee, I need to figure out if there's a light at the end of the tunnel, which means I need to see if there's been any progress. So if there's any change in how this board is behaving, then that means, okay, there's a chance that there's light at the end of the tunnel. If I invest that 1 or 2 hours into this board to figure out what the value of those caps are by going over to another chip on the same board, because remember there's 4 ports, so there's going to be 4 CD3217s, figuring out where that cap leads to on this chip, then on the other chip, figuring out where the cap is, removing it, measuring it, all that, it's worth doing all that if there's a light at the end of the tunnel. But I got to see a light. I have to have something, there has to be something there. So I'm going to plug in a charge port, and we're going to see if we get any change from what it was doing before. If we get a change, then I'm open to investing more time into this. If we don't get a change, then Paul will be open to investing more time into this. Capacitance meter. Yeah, but how do you know which cap it is, doctor? How do you know which cap it is that you're even measuring? Like, obviously I have a fucking capacitance tester. I have a multimeter. I took a cap off the board that is missing one of its sides. I need to measure a known good cap. Now, that circuit does duplicate itself in other sections of the board. However, it duplicates itself in other sections of the board in a completely different orientation. So I would have to take that CD3217 off of the board. Then I would have to figure out which pad under the chip that capacitor was going to. Then I'd have to take another CD3217 off of the board, that where that cap actually exists, figure out where that pad is leading to on the board to figure out what, for one of the existing capacitors, which one it is. Then I'd have to measure it, reball both of those chips and put them back on. That's about an hour of work. Now, will I do that hour of work? Yes, but I will only do that hour of work if there's a light at the end of the tunnel. So what we're doing here is we're going to figure out if there is a light at the end of the tunnel. This is not simply about having a capacitance meter. Obviously, I have a capacitance meter because I have a fucking multimeter in my store. Like, I know how to measure a capacitor. I know how to measure, I know how to use a capacitance meter. The question is, where is that cap? Again, the cap that I took off is missing its legs and is completely burned. Testing that would be useless because if that is a bad capacitor, then what am I measuring? So let's see what we get here. Now, in terms of a light at the end of the tunnel, after cleaning everything up over there, what I get is... Drum roll, please! The same shit that I had before. So, yeah. So this most likely has a bad CD3217. And, oh, God. Yeah, this one's actually flickering on and off now. So this is... Yeah, have fun, Paul. Most likely, this one's going to need a new CD3217 and the associated components around it. Now, in the stream that we did yesterday, there were resistors right by the TPS 51980 that opened. They didn't really look bad. They didn't look bad, but they were open. It was supposed to be 10K, and it was over 80K. The reason I was able to tell that is because I had a schematic and a board view. When you don't have a schematic and a board view, it takes what would otherwise be a 20 to 40 minute repair and it turns it into a 4 to 8 hour repair, if not an 8 hour to 48 hour repair, as you try to reverse engineer and figure out everything about the circuit. When you're charging customers $200 to $400, you really, you can't turn shit into a 4 to 8 hour repair. So this is going to go in the Paul pile, and Paul will get to decide what is doing it. It's not about finding the cap that fell on the floor. Oh, my God. Oh, you're kidding. Okay, never mind. Thank God. It's hard to tell because sometimes people are actually serious with that shit. Anyway, this probably needs a new CD3217, and I don't have one, and I think yeah. Anyway, so this is out of here. So this will be a fun one. This will be a fun one. So where was... Hey, of course. Clinton. 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 Don't you have more of these machines in the store to measure? No, because it's new. Since it's new, I don't have a bunch more. That's the thing with new machines. They don't have the schematic, but since they're new, people treat the machines nicely when they're new, and because they treat them nicely, they're not broken. So I don't actually have another one of this particular. I have another M1, but it's an older, it's a different one, so it's not this one. So I don't have anything that I can measure. And honestly, even if I did, there's no way in hell I'm gonna stay late to fix another machine and measure a bunch of shit when there's a kitty that's calling for me. Hi, Clinton. Clinton. Psst, 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 psst. Hi. Hi. How are you? How was your day? How you feeling? Clinton? What do you think of Eric Adams including Lori Cumbo and her administration when they were playing a knockout game in 2013 where people would go up to white people, punch them in the back of the head, and she was sympathetic towards the people doing it? I know. What's she doing here? What do you think, Mr. Clinton? What do you think of Eric Adams? Better or worse than de Blasio? Yeah, you put your claws out. I would put my claws out too, Mr. Clinton. He was a good boy. He was a good boy. He was a good kitty. You want to come to New Hampshire? It's warmer now. I know you don't like cold weather. I think you'd like it now that it's warmer. Well, it's not really warmer, but it'll be warmer in a few weeks. What do you say? Get your little harness. You can travel around the woods a little bit. Explore. Make sure my realtor doesn't try anything funny while we're going house shopping. What do you say, Mr. Clinton? What do you say? It's 23 degrees in New Hampshire today? What the Yo, it's the end of March. Seriously, fuck off with that shit. There's no reason for it to be this cold. Clinton? You are so fucking cute. Oh my god, you're so cute. Look at you. Look at how adorable you are. I'm gonna pick you up and go, mwah! Mwah! Mm. Mwah. 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 Scriptex, most repair shops unfortunately hate each other, so that's a good luck getting that done. It's sad, but getting repair shops to even agree that sharing information is a good idea is almost impossible. Much less getting them to collectively give money to make schematics available. LOL. Whoa. Clinton? Clinton! Rock-a-bye Clinton. Clinton? Clinton? Liquid damage, hamster. I think this is a 2950 Threadripper from 2018. Little Clinton. Clinton. Hatton makes decent hot air station with the 862. Better than the 858. I think it's was the 858 or something else. I forget which Atten I tried that was a piece of shit. I tried it in 2016, and I mentioned it in the video that I did with Jessa back then during the class. Clinton, what are you doing, Clinton? Hello, Mr. Clinton, how cute you are. Look at how cute you are. Ah, I got cat hair everywhere. Okay, I'm out of here. See y'all later. Just touch the power supply to get rid of any ESD from my ESD safe kitty. CSI 3005P, link down below, sir. And if any of you want to see the kitty up close, there's the kitty. There's the kitty. That's a kitty. Huh? Clinton. 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 Mr. Clinton. 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 Clinton? Clinton. Clinton. Mr. Clinton. Clinton?